I will call to order the work session, Wilsonville City Council of April 21st, 2025 at 5:01 p.m. I will start by asking council members for review of the agenda and items on consent. Are there any comments? Okay. Are there any councilor concerns before we start our work session? Okay. We'll move to the pre-council work session agenda. First item up is Housing Our Future.
All right, good evening, Mayor O'Neill and city councilors. I am Kim Reibold, senior planner with the city, and I'm here today with Beth Goodman and Nicole Underwood, who will be online from Echo Northwest, to give you an update on the Housing Our Future project. We were last before you in February, and at that time you gave us some direction on which actions that we would include in the project's housing production strategy. And again, that is the 6-year action plan for housing actions the city will move forward with to help meet the city's identified housing needs that have been called out as part of this project. Since then, we had our final task force meeting where we kind of dug into those actions a little more and worked on refining some of the language around the actions. We then took draft documents that are in your packet this evening, both the housing needs and capacity analysis, which was the work that was primarily completed last year. That's the document that digs into more of the data and defines what the housing needs are, primarily looking at land capacity and whether or not we have adequate land to meet the anticipated housing needs in the next 20 years. So we've included that in your packet, as well as a draft housing production strategy document. So that really expands upon that list of actions that you looked at last time and provides more context about the housing needs that we have found throughout this project. And also adds in some detail about timing for the actions, as well as impacted communities resulting from the actions. And Beth will get into that in a little more detail. But the key thing here tonight is that we are moving forward with public hearings starting in May and June. And so what we want to use this time here this evening is to ask questions about the documents, further refine any considerations for the actions that are within it, answer any other questions you have so that we can take the comments we've received throughout the past month or so since we've published these drafts and produce hearings ready documents that will then go to the Planning Commission in May. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Beth, and we will do a fairly short presentation to explain what has evolved since our last meeting.
Thank you very much, Kim. So here's a review of the project schedule. Again, we started this earlier last year, and we have adoption coming up in May. So on the next slide, please. As a review, this project included 2 bigger reports. One of them is the housing needs and capacity analysis, which is really a technical report about buildable lands and whether you have enough land to accommodate expected growth. And the answer is yes, you do have enough land to accommodate expected growth. And then the housing production strategy, which is really about what the housing needs are here in Wilsonville and what the city is going to commit to doing about those housing needs over this next 6-year period. At the bottom are the things that you would do that are essentially changes that would be made after this project is completed, and those are your housing production strategies for the most part. So on the next slide, please. As we're thinking about housing production strategies, so what is the city going to do to better address unmet housing needs for affordability and other types of housing needs? in Wilsonville, we have to decide whether, taken all together, the existing actions, the existing housing policies, and the new ones are helping to achieve more fair and equitable housing outcomes, considering things like affordable homeownership and rental housing, increasing housing stability, looking at housing options for people experiencing homelessness, location of housing and those opportunities within compact mixed-use areas, increasing housing choice in safe neighborhoods with high-quality amenities, especially for people in state and federal protected classes, and then affirmatively furthering fair housing. So taken together, that's what the actions are supposed to do. On the next slide, please. So here we have the list of recommended actions. In the leftmost column are planning work program actions, such as looking at land to rezone or redesignate for housing, looking at increasing housing variety beyond just the missing middle housing, so looking for things like multi-generational housing, looking at the administrative review process the city has for development proposals that are with clear and objective, under clear and objective standards, increasing accessibility requirements for new housing in some instances, and looking at opportunities to preserve existing income-restricted affordable housing, of which you have one particular development that is at risk of changing out of affordable housing over this next 6-year period. And then thinking about future actions. So action F, looking about a staff person who would be a housing specialist. And action G, looking at establishing a funding source. When we talked to you last time, you asked us to broaden out action G from just looking at construction excise tax to more broad looking at funding sources, which we have done. So those two actions are really key to unlocking what we've called future housing program here. So things like the rental housing inspection program, community land trust, home buyer assistance, and land disposition for supporting opportunities for housing development that's affordable. Those actions are included in the HPS as recommendations for future consideration. They are not included as actions that the city would be held to over this next 6-year period for implementing in the HPS. In other words, we've documented that those are things that certainly there was a lot of interest in the community, in our advisory committee, and what we've heard from you in these actions, but there's not ones that you're committing to implement in the next 6 years in your housing production strategy. So on the next slide, here is the suggested implementation schedule. The city is required to say by what date will the city implement each of the actions. So here we're assuming that the actions will be implemented by December 31st of the year that's highlighted. So for instance, looking at evaluating redesignating or rezoning land for housing, that would be completed by December 31st, 2027. In talking to staff, that and some of the other actions in items B and C, and perhaps in item D, might well be part of some of what you're looking at in your comprehensive plan review, which you'll be doing here in the next couple of years. So we've grouped those together. On the next slide, please. So our ask of you is, do you have any additional feedback about the draft housing needs and capacity analysis or the housing production strategy document? So are there any additional implementation considerations that you want to make sure we're thinking about in these beyond what we've got in the existing documents?
And I'll just add before we get into the discussion, a distinction that I think is important that I know was vocalized when we had our task force meeting. And it's about the distinction between the actions that are in the housing production strategy and those actions that we have interest in, but are not, they're in that recommended actions for the future bucket. And I know there's been some discussion at the council goal setting about a couple of those items. And so I just want to point out that one of the things, it's noted in the staff report, that we'll have to do as part of this process is called a midpoint review with DLCD to essentially see how our progress is going 3 years into this work. And so in the event that we do start working on something that isn't formally on that schedule, we can still do that. And in fact, if we do see that within the 6-year period that we are working on something else related to housing and we actually think we're making progress, that is something that at that point we can potentially bring in to the housing production strategy. I think it's more, what we want to keep in mind here with our actions are just things that, we feel more certain about within the constraints that we're operating under. But I think that's an important point of clarity. We can work on those things. We don't necessarily have to work on those things during the 6-year period.
So as a slight reminder, what you're doing with adopting these actions in your housing production strategy is saying that the city is going to make, I'll call it a good faith effort to implement these actions. If you're unable to implement them, then at that midpoint review, that's something you'd be discussing with DLCD and may well substitute in other actions for ones that you are unable to implement.
So can you go back to the slide that shows about the different actions of the future? So respective future housing program not recommended this time. If for some reason before 6 years we have funding sources or other creative ideas to make those things happen, we don't have to wait for
Correct.
6 years. I just want to clarify
Yes.
that. All right, thank you.
And in fact, I think it would be a bad idea to wait.
Yeah. So, because in my view, that those are things we should be working on now, but I understand our constraints.
And I think one other thing I would just point out, both for your benefit as well as the audience, is that, we've had some questions come up about, if you've got something in this document, what other public process, or is there a public process by which we will review these? And the answer is yes. Essentially, this document is a framework for future action. There will be a public process that is involved with each of these actions. And so what we're hoping to do in this framework, and what for you to think about as you take a look at what's in here, is just, identifying items or considerations that provide us good guidance when we start scoping out that future work. But there will be meetings, there will be involvement with the Planning Commission, there will be involvement with City Council in the future. And I just think that's important to know that the decisions we make with this document here are really just the first step in pursuing those actions.
I want to also, as you probably are aware, that the council goals are looking at better communication. And so I anticipate our council will want to have a further conversation on how we communicate so the community has an opportunity in providing input. So something a little bit different than what we have traditionally done in the past. I mean, I think that's what I heard from my council.
Yeah, and I think we'll, as we see those actions get refined, we will certainly take our direction from those. And particularly for these actions, usually the first step for anything, particularly like a development code amendment process, is always that review of the public engagement plan. So I think there will be information from that council goal that influences how we put together those public involvement plans and share those with you and get your feedback.
Okay, let me start with my feedback. I will try and keep this within 6 minutes, but I've got a page. So, executive summary, and this is on the housing needs and capacity analysis. I would really like to see it called out in the summary itself, our percentage of multifamily to single family. Particularly, that's where we should call it out because we already have the greatest percentage of rentals in the state. And I'm not sure if when you extract single family rentals from the overall number of rentals, if we would still rank in that less than coveted #1 spot. But let's make sure that we address that up front and center. Because we're being held to the same set of standards, so to speak, as West Lynn, even though we are already over 50%. And then I know we discuss it to a certain degree on multifamily diversity on page 17 of the report, and I'd also call that out in the executive summary. You mentioned that 45, 15, 5, and 35% housing mix in the report. Is that a statewide standard, or is that the number that's unique to Wilsonville for the?
That is the number that is unique to Wilsonville. The statewide, well, there's a metro-wide standard that says that you can't have more than 50% of your future housing be single-family detached.
Got
So
it.
we were working within that.
On page 5 of the executive summary, can you provide more background, at least tonight for us, if you have it at the top of your head, on how much lower our median household income is than the rest of the region? I think you might touch it a little bit more heavily a little later in the document, but I don't know if that's something we want to bring in and really focus on more at the front end in the exec summary.
I can ask Nicole, while you're talking, to look up Wilsonville's median household income compared to, I think we probably got the 3-county metro area in there.
I've got a couple other detail items I'll talk to you just offline about. There's just a typo and things like that.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, and then I want to call out to the audience tonight and to all of the other counselors on page 44 on Exhibit 41. Beth, I know you do a really great job of calling out that 46% of our adults 65 and over have less than $49,000 in annual income, and 23% of those have less than $25,000. And that is a number that's expected to grow.
Of people who are over age 65.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. This should be a high concern to us as a city, because we have a graying population, which means that they don't necessarily have the potential for an increase in future disposable income, which means that as rents go up, they will be more and more housing stressed. So I want to make sure that we don't miss that.
And maybe that's something that we want to emphasize more in the housing production strategy in Chapter 2.
Yes, great. And then also just to call out, I appreciated the fact that you called out, I think it was in the HPS, on aging, that we have aging housing stock and poor, and in some cases, poor housing conditions.
Yes.
And that, again, elevates why to the task force, even though we didn't believe it was necessarily achievable, and you recommended that we not include it in those planning work program actions, the housing specialist, because the others seem to take a higher precedence just because we felt that they were achievable, given the fact that whether it was, I think it was a DLCD said, the measurement of our performance and consequences of not meeting those measurements, that they're not really sure what they are yet, hasn't been finalized, unless it's been finalized since we last met as a task force.
No, some of that's still being worked out, and I expect it will continue to be worked out over the next few years.
So for instance, counselors, we wanted to use the terms explore, it's nomenclature, explore rather than establish. We were told we could very well be dinged on that, but they still weren't sure about what was going to happen. And if we were dinged on, they couldn't confirm to us what the consequences would be. So it's still a little fluid. I'm sure it will get locked down in the future, and I appreciate you all being very candid and allowing us to really stress test that with them a bit and kind of call them on that. I do want to bring up two more quick things. On item C, the administrative review, I think that was the one that I had the most struggle with, because I'm not necessarily sure still, even today, what the administrative review, kind of releasing that so we have less it's more allowing the city, I think it is, itself to be able to have make some of those decisions as opposed to going out to others.
So it kind of works if you think about Coffee Creek, and I don't know that we've had many applications actually choose this path, but in Coffee Creek for industrial applications, if you meet all of the standards that are called out in the code, you can go through the administrative review process. And it has the benefit of adding certainty, adding certainty, reducing time, reducing potential for unanticipated project delays. Those things all are things that historically have created issues with adding housing more quickly, making it less costly. And so it would be looking at a similar process there whereby, the standards we have that are clear and objective that we've already approved would just be applied during an administrative review. So class 2 staff, there's still a staff report, there's still findings. It's just that the only difference being that there is no public hearing. There is just a decision issued, but there is still the public notice period. People can still establish standing in a matter, which still preserves appeal rates. And so it's really just a change in how that application gets processed. It's not a change in the standards that we currently have.
So it's more of a processing change as
Correct.
opposed, it does not impact the appeal process
Correct. So if,
and the
let's say.
appeal rights.
Correct. So if there was somebody who submitted written testimony, which you can submit written testimony now in the public hearing process, that gives you standing in the matter. And then that preserves your appeal.
And here's
rights.
my only concern with that, and I think I expressed this at task force, was when there's a public hearing, at least there's a little placard. If that notice of public hearing isn't there, it gets through, nobody knew it, you've lost your time to appeal it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So the actual placement
Were you reading the
of
paper all the
sign
time? Yeah, exactly.
on the site.
Exactly.
So that's an interesting point. I mean, that's something that I think, we don't currently provide. There is no obligation for us as a city to provide that notice, even with public hearings, except if there's an annexation, we do it as a courtesy. But that, I think there's no reason why we couldn't consider that.
That's what I would like to see, is
Okay.
at least we have public notice that is literally physically in the presence of the public, where they're not necessarily hopefully reading a newspaper or hopefully going to the city website and looking at, everything that's upcoming. And then just the last thing is to remind everybody, one of our goals on Action G, with the Community Land Trust, Homebuyer Assistance, and Land Disposition is to continue to reinforce the fact that homeownership is the single greatest accumulator of generational wealth. We can never forget that as a city, and if we continue to focus on just rentals, I understand that there is a need and an importance for those, but doing everything we can whenever the opportunity presents itself to offer some type of ownership opportunity for any citizen of this city allows individuals to rise above being dependent on rentals the rest of their life. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Would you like an answer to your question about the median household income? I'm imagining that,
I always love to hear your voice, so yes.
well, you're going to have to hear Nicole's voice.
Yeah. Yeah, excuse me, Counselor. I think that you wanted to know what the median household income was for Wilsonville. It's about $83,000 in 2022. And that is lower than the comparison cities that we were looking at. So for Clackamas County, the median household income was about $95,000. Washington County is about $100,000. And so when you look at like Tigard and Tualatin, you're looking at a little over $100,000 for some of those. And then Oregon City was at about $90,000.
Yeah. Is that because of the median age? Because we've got so many at the 65 and over, and a significant portion
We
at
have
the
a
lowest.
large- Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Counselor. We have a large portion that are below the age of,
Counselor, I think we need to look at that and think about that a little bit. So that's something that we can come back and answer with staff if
Yeah,
we
we can do that
you know.
later. That's no issue at all. But yeah, I'm just trying to look at, the why. And I expect that the demographics, it all squares out. but it's just an interesting way of positioning it. So thank you.
Yes.
And notably too, I noticed on page 62 of the report, it shows that median income figure. And we've actually declined, adjusted for inflation since 2000, where Clackamas County and the rest of Oregon have actually increased. And so the why behind that would be an interesting answer as well.
Well, I will jump in here. In the report, it was mentioned that that issue of why did Wilsonville have an increase in the number of people that were below or at 83,000. And it was nuanced in the report. It said we'd have to find more information, as you're suggesting. Could be that because we have a higher number of rentals that, and this was mentioned in the report, that more people have moved here of that median income level. So it's adjusted the percentage such that it looks like people are making less money in Wilsonville, where it could be that more people have moved in that are in that median category. At least that's what I seem to see in the report.
And so let me give you a little bit of context and a little bit of thinking about this. I'll use a different city as an example. I'll use Gresham. So when you look at a place, I'm going to pick on Lake Oswego because everybody picks on Lake Oswego, or West Lynn. When you look at a place like that and you see very low rates of cost burden, you might think, hey, they're doing a great job. They don't have much cost burden. And then you look at Gresham and you might say, oh, Gresham, the cost burden's higher there. They're doing a terrible job. And I would say the answer is partially the opposite, that Gresham is a place where there's more opportunities for people with lower income to live. And thus you have, as people are pushed to the edge of the region more and pushed out of the Portland region, thus you have higher rates of the cost burden, so lower median household income, that kind of thing, because there's more opportunity to, I hate saying it this way, but to be marginally able to live within the region and almost afford it, but not actually be able to afford it. And obviously, Wilsonville's a very different community than Gresham, with a very different history than Gresham. But you see a little bit of that same story here. Wilsonville is not so exclusionary as some communities are, where you just don't have the opportunity to live there if your income is lower. So I would encourage you to think about the reverse way also. We will see what we can come up with for explanations of why some of these are different. I expect we can come up with some hypotheses, but not necessarily tell you the exact reasons, because it's very complicated and we only have such good data. So, certainly. Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else?
The other question I had, so Councilor Dunwell mentioned the administrative review. I looked on the website today at the meeting history for our DRB, and half of their meetings in the past year have been canceled. It doesn't seem like they're really overburdened with an ability to look at things. So I'm just kind of wondering how necessary that Action C really is.
So a couple things. Historically in the city, development activity ebbs and flows. A lot of that comes with economic cycles. So, I remember not too long ago, it was 2021, and there was a bit of a pause right when COVID hit, and then we had development applications constantly coming in. We were pretty, pretty busy at that time, and we had probably, if you counted in 2021, a lot more meetings. Sometimes we had meetings with a couple items. Historically, I think you would find the same pattern where it ebbs and flows. We've had it only until the past couple of weeks, we hadn't had a DRB application come in the door this year. We finally are starting to see a couple come in. But I think the reason behind that action isn't because the DRB is overworked. That's not the intention. We typically have been pretty efficient in trying to schedule DRB hearings for applications. We don't, as staff, like being the ones that are holding up the development process. And we have a proud history of that in the city, of trying to be moving through more efficiently than what the law requires. That being said, a lot of it is really around providing more certainty for an applicant, reducing undue costs on the production of housing specifically, and trying to increase the speed at which you can take a project to approval. So I would say those are really the drivers behind that, and less capacity at the Development Review Board itself. And we have seen this as a strategy that other cities have started to employ, particularly around residential development, now that we do have requirements in the state to use clear and objective standards for housing. And so that's really, I think, the main driver is having a clear and objective standard, legally speaking, even if, let's say, a number of units are proposed and it's within that range, and a neighbor happens to not like that, that's not going to be a successful reason to, have a grounds for appeal on a project. And so that, I think the clear and objective standards and providing more certainty is the two main drivers behind that action. But I think there's certainly space to discuss some of the pros and cons as the city looks into that action further.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on to climate-friendly and equitable communities, parking compliance and standards reform.
All right. I want to take a moment and make sure I do that. Otherwise, I forget and start talking and you're not seeing my slides. So again, good evening. Daniel Pauly, Planning Manager. And also with me is Brian Davis with Studio Davis, that's been helping us on this project, which is the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities, or CFEC, Parking Compliance and Reform Project. So for tonight's work session, I'll briefly review the purpose and scope of the project for those listening, and then as requested in the last work session, we'll follow up with additional details about what was compliance option 2 regarding minimum parking. And lastly, we'll review proposed development code amendments. So, way of review and background, the primary driver of this project is the CFEC program from the state, which comes from a 2022 executive order by then Governor Kate Brown, directing state agencies to reduce climate pollution. In response, the State Department of Land Conservation Development and ODOT developed a number of new administrative rules. And these OARs are really at the core of the CFEC program. And among those requirements is parking reform that leads to what we're doing tonight. The intent of the current project then is to ensure the city's parking standards comply with these state rules, as well as we do that, look for opportunities to encourage quality and functional development in Wilsonville and how we can improve the code while we're under the hood, if you will. So there's two compliance methods, two compliance phases. Parking A, these are referred to as parking A and parking B, as you've heard me talk about. Parking A is already in effect and removes the parking minimum for the majority of the city due to the transit proximity, and that includes Town Center and Frog Pond, with the few exceptions to that we previously discussed and are listed here on this slide. The focus of most of the current effort is parking B, which must be complied with by the end of June. So in all of our discussions, we continue to share this map to show the extent that the city already is exempt from parking minimums under the parking A rules. So again, as previously discussed, parking B has a few different compliance paths or options that are outlined in the administrative rules. The project teams heard consistent feedback from Planning Commission, City Council, as well as during a public open house in March, that option 1, which is removing parking minimums for the entire city to be consistent with what's already required within the transit proximity areas, is the preferred option. Main discussion point has been that the cost of added programs and efforts under either option 2 or 3 would not yield a noticeable difference in the built environment to make it worth the cost and effort. In the prior work session, though, council requested additional details on some of the menu items for option 2, which is an option where the city chooses from a menu of policy choices and then maintains parking minimums in those non-transit proximity areas. So these include what's called unbundled parking, which is where parking spaces are leased or sold separately. And the city could select either residential or commercial unbundling or both. And that's what the city would need to, though, enforce this through new leases or renewals. While this is relatively easy to understand and would be a straightforward requirement, it would take substantial city effort to implement a program, particularly needed to set up a process by which we'd review all new leases and lease renewals, which now we're not a party to or don't review by any means. The next one, which I think was a key of some of the questions last time, is this flexible commute benefit for larger employers of 50 or more employees. So this is a very specific state-defined thing. It says flexible, it's very mandated and state-defined. The required benefit is that for every employee that doesn't use a parking spot, to reimburse a value of at least $50 or the value of that provided parking. So the city does currently have a flexible commute program through SMART, but it is a voluntary program focused on outreach and incentives rather than a mandatory program that's prescribed in the rules. The new program could potentially be wrapped in with the current voluntary program, but the effort to educate all covered employers and ensure compliance would be a substantial new effort. The last two are fairly straightforward. Next one would be to not require more than half a space or one space for every 2 units in multi-unit housing. This compares to city's current code of ranging from 1 to 1 3/4 units, spaces per unit. And this one would be pretty easy to implement, though, by just writing it into the development code. The last one is taxing commercial parking revenue. So what this involves is a 10% or more tax levied on revenue from commercial parking lots. Currently, we don't have any commercial parking lots or don't have any in the pipeline. So this would have, of course, with any tax administrative cost, but that could be recouped by, if we actually had parking lots we were taxing, that could be recouped. We could set up a program like this in the code, subject to implementation when future commercial, if any commercial parking lots are developed. So, based on the information shared then and the discussion to date, the project team on this portion has 2 questions for council. What additional thoughts, if any, does the council have on parking B option 2? And does the guidance to pursue option 1 remain? And once we answer that, I can move on to discussion of the development code as well. So back to you, Mayor.
Any comments?
So just to kind of summarize, in the majority of the city, these parking codes wouldn't apply. It's a
Correct.
limited area where it would apply.
Right.
And I think based on the discussion that we've had, that the impression that I'm getting is that you believe, or the planning department believes, that the developers will see market demand and they'll be providing parking, even if the city code does not require it.
In
Is
many
that right?
instances, or the big picture in terms of these options, that is correct. There may be some circumstances where that's not true, but that's probably more the exception than the rule, because underwriters and such still will want to see parking for their purposes, and the market usually asks for parking. When it comes to these options, though, based on development that already occurs in these areas where we're really talking about an option, and particularly industrial tends to provide ample parking, and then the residential areas this impacts are already essentially built out, that we wouldn't really see any difference in the built environment, which if we picked one of those more options that it required more investment by the city up front.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Well, I could spend the rest of the evening telling you why I have so many problems with this, but I won't. I do want to just call on the record, though, one last time, that I believe that none of these options are palatable. I think they're a big city, trying to take a big city problem and put it upon all of the cities within the state. And I understand by a governor who's no longer in office through an executive order. But what I do really want to call out is that the half space for multifamily housing in particular penalizes our most vulnerable segment of our population, which are those that are, and really kind of pushes them to, into having to take other alternative methods of transportation. It feels discriminatory. And that is why I believe option one is the only option that is the least offensive of the three, just because it does allow us to at least work with the developers and let them say, hey, you know what, nobody's going to rent this unless you have enough spaces for their cars, because we have a last mile problem in Wilsonville.
And we can't require it, but we can have the conversation.
Yep.
I do want to clarify, so the option one is actually more restrictive in terms of the
Oh, I'm sorry.
requirement than
So,
option
wait,
two.
let's go back to the other screens. Which one we originally chose? I want to stick with our original choice.
Option one.
Option one.
Right.
Right, yeah, so I just wanted to point out, I thought you said something about the multifamily minimum of 1/2 under option two, but under option one, that multifamily minimum is eliminated at 0. So option two, you are requiring more parking. It's still, only 1/2 per unit, whereas I'm not sure offhand what your requirement is now. I do think it's 1 or more.
1, 2, 1 3/4 based
yeah.
on the size of the unit.
So option two would make you reduce that to, a little, about half of what it is now. But just to clarify, that is a higher minimum than option one, which would have you eliminate that minimum entirely.
I understand that, and you and I can go back and forth on this one. But what I do believe is that and I believe that the reason we chose option one is it allows the market to dictate
Right.
what we need.
This would as well, that's what I'm saying. But you would be requiring more under option two than you are allowed to require under option one.
I know that.
But ideally.
I know that.
The market is still the deciding force.
Okay, great. Thank you for the additional feedback. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilor Shedlin?
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to get more information to us on option two. Having read it all over the last several days, it just helped me understand why I'm even more for option one. Not always the best choices, as Councilor Dunwell points out, but perhaps the lesser of all of the evils. So I still support option one.
Okay, thank you.
I'll echo what Councilor Dunwell said. Obviously, This is a mandate coming down from the state that's a one-size-fits-all for big cities, little cities. It takes away our local control. None of us like that. Are there things built into this executive order as well, and what we fall under here, that takes away any ability for us to incentivize or disincentivize certain behaviors of building or not building parking spaces?
Yeah, Brian and I have talked about that some. It's like, for example, we are still able, as we understand it, to incentivize. So when we did our middle housing code, we wrote into it a way to like incentivize visitor parking in certain residential developments by like, enabling flexibility in lot size and open space. We're able to keep that type of incentive in the code, and we plan to.
That's what I was really hoping you would say. So that's great. It allows you to sort of fly under the executive order. Is that what I'm hearing? And we can work within our own city and do some things to maximize some of that flexibility?
Yes, I mean, we still
the
can't
market
require
still
parking,
dictate, we
but
can't require it, but
yeah.
I get that, but it allows us a little bit more area to play rather than being stuck within the requirements of option 2.
Yeah.
I mean, I think either option that would still work, but.
Yeah, so the state is going to be, as you've probably gathered, very reluctant to allow anything. And in fact, they have, code there that says anything that even smells like a parking requirement is not going to fly under CFEC. Now, that said, basically every development project I've ever been on either side of the counter, really, there has been that negotiation, right, between the neighborhood, the planning commission, those sorts of things in the room as that decision is being made. And yeah, there's nothing there that would prohibit you from, having those discussions, incentivizing things. And I'm not sure how exactly that would take place, other than sort of, the sort of handshake and good neighbor agreements that happen all the time with development scenarios now. So again, the state is, and it's, the point that I don't think one size fits all. And again, kind of speaking on behalf of the state here, is their intention, certainly. I appreciate the fact that it can sometimes feel like that, for sure. But the goal here, in the most high-minded sense, is, they have drawn a line in the sand. Whether we all agree with it at this juncture is unfortunately not relevant regarding parking, but they do want you to implement it, how you want to get the development that you want to get.
But they want the city council to take the hit locally. So, I don't want to
I think they are more than willing to take that hit too, but I appreciate how the politics work,
I'm not
for sure.
necessarily of that mind, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to reiterate my concerns. I already raised them when you were last here. I think from the council's point of view, and if I'm speaking out of turn, please correct me, we have no further guidance for you on option 2.
Okay.
And we're sticking with option 1. Is that my understanding? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's then go ahead and get into the development code. So in terms of the development code, in your packet, you had both a memo describing the intent and the compliance requirements, as well as the first draft of the proposed development code amendments. In the discussion tonight, we'll differentiate between code amendments with a single compliance path, where the only question is whether the language meets the requirement of the state rules. I don't plan on discussing these very much beyond highlighting what they are about. And then I'll go over those code amendments where there's multiple compliance paths for which we need council guidance. And we'll discuss those in a bit more detail this evening. So first, those amendments with a single compliance path. This includes removing barriers for redevelopment of what they call underutilized parking, but essentially any parking that an owner doesn't feel is being used. Essentially, it allows parking areas, even if it was approved in a prior land use approval, to be considered like vacant land for like redevelopment. So if, let's say, Target wanted to put another the owner of the Target complex wanted to use some of that parking to build additional tenant spaces, they could, even if they had less parking than they were approved back, in the 2000s or whenever. The next is to add requirements for EV-ready infrastructure from parking A. There is some areas in parking B that we're lowering the maximum amount of parking allowed for some uses, including commercial and multifamily as prescribed in the rules. That's pretty prescriptive in the rules, as well as updating bicycle parking requirements where necessary to also comply with the rules. I will say that Planning Commission didn't really provide any additional direction or raise concerns about these single compliance path code amendments. That said, we're happy to take any questions or comments council has on these before we go on to those multiple compliance path ones.
Go ahead. Any comment?
So development code amendments with single compliance path. Can you clarify what single compliance path means?
Meaning so there's kind of two approaches when you get to the administrative rules. There's saying, for example, it's very prescriptive. For example, for the lower parking maximums, it says for commercial use, what is it, 4 per?
I think it's 5 per 1,000.
5 per 1,000 is like, that's the maximum you can put in your code. There's no question, right? Pretty straightforward. So multiple compliance paths, as we'll get into, saying, well, here's a menu of things you can do to meet this standard. So that's the difference. One's prescriptive and one gives you some options.
Anybody else? Okay. One more.
So in terms of those multiple compliance paths, we talked a lot about this removing parking minimums. And we've talked at length about those options, but essentially going along with option 1, we removed the parking minimums from the parking tables, including the citywide parking table, as well as a specific parking table for the village zone. And also throughout the code, there's various references to parking minimums that we've deleted. So once we went with option 1, that's fairly straightforward. We've done that. The other one that has a number of options is parking lot design standards around things like trees, solar, and pedestrian amenities, which I'll discuss in more detail here now. So to understand these options, for parking lot design standards, it's helpful to understand some basics of what our current longstanding parking lot design standards include. Things like edge screening, the amount of landscaping internal to the parking lot, the number of trees per parking space, or the ratio of parking spaces to trees, on-site pedestrian path requirements, and drive aisle design. Also, it's important to understand that the city currently has one set of standards for most parking lots, with additional enhanced standards for large parking lots with more than 200 spaces. For these large parking areas, enhanced standards include things like a wider than otherwise required landscape area along the edge of the area, a higher requirement for more trees in relation to the number of parking spaces, as well as street-like features like sidewalks and planting strips and street trees along principal drive aisles. So again, those are all existing standards. So when Brian really and his team looked into how do these existing standards look in relation to CFEC compliance, we'll talk the basics of that. A key point to understand is that the threshold for certain enhanced design requirements is much lower in the CFEC rules than in the current city code, about 40 spaces, or they say half acre parking area versus 200 in our current code. So that's a big difference. It's also helpful to understand, it's helpful to understand this by dividing it between 3 tiered sizes of parking areas. So the existing standards comply for CFEC for the lowest tier, which is less than 40 spaces, and the highest tier, which is that more than 200 that has enhanced design requirements, particularly that higher amount of trees per space. The discussion then about these options comes down to what to do about the compliance for this middle tier of 40 to 200 parking spaces. So to ground a bit, let me share some nearby examples of the bookends of the parking area size we're talking about. Example of 40 spaces is the closest portion of the City Hall parking lot up to the first drive aisle that cuts through, highlighted here. Example of about 200 parking spaces is in front of Goodwill, the adjacent businesses north of Safeway, highlighted in the other images here. So when we're talking about this middle range we're focused on, this is what we're talking about. As outlined in the code memo attached to your staff report, one really easy way, simple compliance method would be to adopt all the enhanced parking areas, design standards for large lots for this medium tier, simply changing the more than 200 to more than 40. And you may recall from the memo, this was the initial recommendation that was published. During Planning Commission discussion, concerns were raised that adding this enhanced requirement, not required by CFAC, to this middle tier could unduly use land that could be used for other purposes, particularly that enhanced, the land required for the enhanced drive aisles, as well as the wider screening along streets.
I ask a question?
Sure.
Did anybody calculate what the extra cost would be if we did it from the 40 to 200, like to a landowner?
You know, that would be, it's so variable because it covers such a wide range. So we have not done that calculation, but it was pretty evident. I mean, I think, you know, in the 100 to 200 probably be doable, but then when you get to, like, you think about just that first, you know, group of parking out here, I mean, if you're adding, you know, adding width to the edges, substantial width at the edges, and then putting sidewalks and street trees in the drive aisle as you come in, that, I mean, that takes up a substantial amount of land if you only have like half an acre for a parking area. So probably it's a bigger impact certainly on that lower side of that range.
Well, that may be true, but I think part of what makes Oregon and some of our suburban areas and some of our suburban commercial and shopping areas and things like that, what they are, or what we envision we want them to be, is that nice setback with the trees. There's an aesthetics element to that if you start saying, well, we're going to remove that buffer and make that a narrower buffer, I think that it really kind of goes against a whole Pacific Northwest vibe. And it starts to feel very LA, where you've got bam.
Yeah, and we're not taking away the existing, but because those buffers may be 10 feet rather than 12 feet is the difference. So there's still always all parking lots require the low screen standard along the edges. Any that you don't see are because like the street was widened and it's non-compliance, legal non-compliance situation. So based on feedback from Planning Commission, where we're headed and really looking to see if council concurs with this direction, is go back and draft amendments that would essentially create 3 tiers of standards to apply only the required enhanced standards to this middle tier, keeping the existing standard requirements for 40 spaces and the existing complete list of enhanced standards for the largest 200 space parking areas. The question then is whether you concur with this direction or you think it'd be better to apply these enhanced standards to all of this middle tier of parking. Happy to answer any clarifying questions because this part does get a little convoluted in the rules. We've tried to explain it the best we can, but it's kind of some circular references and such.
I do have just one concern, and maybe there's no resolution that we can put in place, but when we start doing this, as important as I think that it can be to, you know, the more trees and some of the other walkways and things like that for a multitude of issues, I'm concerned that that may be another disincentivizer to developers. And, well, if we reduce the number of parking spaces because there's no requirement in place, minimum requirement in place, we're not going to have to, you know, do this as much. I mean, I'm wondering if you segment it out instead of that 40 to 200 sitting there, maybe you segment it out into more than just that gap.
That could be an option. So, and certainly that has been under consideration that, right, we want to set it correctly that we're balancing, you're not putting too many standards couldn't disincentivize, adding the 10 more parking spaces that otherwise they may be willing to add.
Yeah, I watched the planning commission meeting and saw all the confusion, so that was fun to kind of move along with you and in real time. And I concur that the three-tier approach is the better approach so that we're not unduly penalizing that middle tier with extra requirements.
I think we have a consensus.
Okay. So the last portion then is design standards for a solar option. So the CFAC rules allow a solar option in establishing standards to make new parking areas 40 spaces or greater more climate friendly. So regardless, these parking areas are required to have 30% tree canopy. The option comes into play for that final 10% or quarter of the tree canopy requirement. So the city could just require 40% tree canopy across the board for parking areas greater than 40 spaces, which is consistent with existing enhanced standards for large parking lots. Or the city could allow the 30% tree canopy plus solar panels placed somewhere on the site that generate an amount per parking space prescribed in the CFAC rules. So recognizing regardless that the parking lots, so at Planning Commission, recognizing that regardless the parking lots would have that 30% tree canopy, Planning Commission recommended allowing that flexibility for the final 10%, acknowledging both trees and solar power have climate benefits. So the question then for council is whether they concur with that direction from the Planning Commission or would be favor of either just requiring trees or allowing solar only when it seems like impracticable to do the 40% tree canopy, such as through a waiver. The council could also allow a payment in lieu program for solar, but the Planning Commission had concerns that there's no existing program or planned project or program to receive such payment in lieu funds and prefer directing developers to meet the standards on site.
Who's the beneficiary of the solar? Does it just go back to the grid?
Yeah, as far as I know.
So wouldn't
there's no additional specificity, so.
Because would it be used to power their own lights within the parking lot?
They could, yeah.
Where they're the beneficiary, as opposed to it going to the grid?
There's no specificity in the rules on that, so it could be used on site or put back to the
Is there value to putting specificity into it?
Have you seen anything on that, Brian?
So, yeah, you could certainly add specificity to it if you wanted to allow that option. I don't believe there's anything in CFAC that would prohibit you from saying you can have the solar option, but, and then kind of however you want to limit that, whether that's going back to the grid, whether that's providing on-site lighting or whatever, there's nothing I'm aware of that would prohibit you from doing that.
So I think, are we at consensus that we follow the Planning Commission's recommendation? Is that correct? Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That is all I had. Any other questions or thoughts on this overall? This most exciting of projects?
I know that there have been a lot of back and forth and some challenges, so thank you both for staying the course. I appreciate it. It's not a fun topic.
Yeah, well, and we are trying to, make this work in a way that is, and I know, and I think the state knows that it's not going to be something you're going to be jumping for joy when you adopt, but we're trying to do this in a way that is as, that works for Wilsonville to the extent that is possible within the, and yeah, it's not a ton of wiggle room we have within CFAC, unfortunately, particularly in this particular context, because your transit coverage is, unfortunately, in this case, really pretty good. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is sewer and storm utility rate review.
All right, good evening, Mayor O'Neill and City Council members. My name is Zach Weigel, the Wilsonville City Engineer, and with me tonight are Tagi Acker and Zach Hazel with FCS Group. They are financial consultants working on an update to the city's sewer and stormwater utility rates and system development charges. Tonight, Tagi and Zach are going to provide you with an update on the utility fee portion of the work and get your feedback. But before they jump into their detailed analysis, I just want to take a moment to remind council kind of how we got to this point and why we are looking at updating the sewer and stormwater utility fees right now. And because there's a number of reasons. So you may remember last year we adopted the wastewater treatment plant and stormwater master plans. Those master plans look at staffing and project needs for the next 20 years. And those look at replacing outdated and worn out infrastructure and what we need to do to meet regulatory requirements, meet operational needs, and accommodate projected growth within the city. But really what the purpose of the master plan is to make sure that the sewer and rain runoff is clean when entering rivers and streams, and what's needed to make sure we meet our permitting requirements. It's also to make sure that sewage isn't backing up into homes and businesses, and to make sure that stormwater isn't flooding, rainwater runoff isn't flooding neighborhoods and eroding creek channels, so that we maintain a high quality stormwater and wastewater service for the city. So just like when you own a home and you need to replace a roof, the city also needs to plan for replacing of worn out equipment and worn out pipes. And that type of work is covered by the utility fees. So you get your monthly bill and on your water bill, and you pay that utility fee, and that goes towards those projects. Also, similar example, if you need to expand your home, you also, the city also has to plan for projects to, as people move and businesses move into the city. So that's where the system development charge comes in and pays for those growth projects. But tonight, FCS is going to focus on utility rates, and SDCs will come at a later meeting. Second reason where we're looking at utility rates now is they have not been updated in a long time. Last time sewer rates were updated the last time they were studied were in 2011. And the last increase was in 2014. So it's been over 10 years since that utility rate has been touched. We don't index for utility rates, so that rate has remained stagnant for that period of 10 years. Stormwater rates were last studied in 2015, and the last increase was in 2021. But that study was only to add the Charbonneau Consolidated Improvement projects that were identified just for replacing the Charbonneau stormwater system. So a complete look at the stormwater utility rate hasn't been done for over 10 years as well.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Weigel, just for the record, is this correct that the rates themselves, the numbers that we're looking at tonight, the first time we as a council, including the two most senior council, actually saw the rates was last week, approximately between Tuesday or Wednesday. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so the prior council did not know these rates. We did not know these rates, and the community is now seeing these rates for the first time.
Yeah, that's right. So this work kicked off around September of last year, when the master plans were completed.
And I'm going to speak for myself. I was kind of shocked at the rates.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if other counselors were shocked as well.
Yeah, and Zach and Tagi will get into the reasons, and go into the details of that here in a minute. But I just wanted to give you some of that background
Okay.
of how we got to where we are today.
Sure, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go
No,
ahead.
no problem. The last thing I wanted to mention is that you may remember in 2020 to 2023, we had significant construction inflation, and that's not accounted for in the rates, and it's really impacted our ability to make stormwater and wastewater improvements to the city since that time. So those three things are really driving the need for us to look at a comprehensive look at those utility rates. So with that, I'll turn it over to Zach and Tagi, and they can go through the detailed analysis that they've done. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Zach. Good evening, council. So tonight, as Zach introed, we're stepping into the rate study. We've got a couple of subsequent meetings where we will cover other topics, but tonight we're focusing primarily on the overall revenue requirement of each individual utility. You want to go to the next slide, please? So when we use the term revenue requirement, what do we mean? Essentially, it's a cash flow forecast treating each of the utilities as a standalone enterprise. So we take a look at sewer and stormwater independently, making sure that we are looking at the costs, the projected capital projects, and what rates would need to be to cover those financial obligations. So we look at your current budget, the CIP from the recently adopted master plans, making sure you're meeting your targeted reserve levels, and if there is any sort of funding gap between what you're currently bringing in from revenues and the forecasted expenditures over the next 10 years, what rates would need to be in order to cover that funding gap. So when Zach walks through the detailed results here in just a few minutes, what you'll see is a rate plan, a percentage we'll call across the board rate adjustment. Essentially, you take those percentages, apply them to the existing rate schedule, and that would give you the revenue for each of the utilities separately to cover the financial obligations. So tonight we'll talk about the general methodology, some different inflationary and economic assumptions that went into the study. We'll look at just what those annual capital projects are on a year-by-year basis and a total basis, potential capital funding strategies, and how that all feeds into the revenue needs of each of the utilities. Next slide, please. So tonight, just the revenue requirement, but we also have, as a part of our overall rate study, an update to the system development charges. We'll be coming back with those at a later time. Cost of service analysis and a rate design. So if you think about the revenue requirement as how big does the pie need to be for each of the utilities, the cost of service element looks at how do we slice up that pie amongst customers. Are residential versus commercial customers paying their fair share? So we'll get into that at a later meeting, but for now, we're just looking at the overall revenue needs of the sewer and stormwater utilities. So where we start is with your existing budget for your operating costs, supplies and materials, salaries and benefits. We layer on top of that the capital plans from the recently adopted treatment plant and stormwater plans. And it's not just a single year snapshot or a couple of year snapshot. We're trying to forecast over a longer term planning horizon. In this case, we're looking at a 10-year forecast. And our main goal is to see what does it cost to run the utility today and into the future. So it really is a multi-year forecast. And while operating costs tend to be more predictable year to year, you budget in advance, Depending on how many capital projects are undertaken in a given year, how big those projects are, those costs can be a little bit more lumpy. And so when we talk about our capital funding strategy for each of the utilities, there'll be a mix of cash and debt, some system development charge revenue to help offset some of those costs. But one of the key drivers for tonight's presentation is the capital plan for the sewer and the stormwater utility. Next slide, please. So when we talk about that, and we'll get into the results in just a minute, one of the important considerations is how do you fund your capital projects? Of course, if you have grants, those are always nice to have. System development charges from new growth and development will pay into the capital funds to help cover the cost of capital projects or a portion of the capital projects. But a big chunk of the capital projects would need to be covered by the utility, whether that's with existing cash reserves, other cash, set aside from annual rate revenues, or borrowing. And there are pros and cons with cash versus debt. If you were to cash fund your entire capital program, that would typically be higher near-term rates. And by saving in advance, essentially that means that capital projects would be funded entirely by today's ratepayers. If you incorporate some borrowing, that does allow you to have some savings in terms of lower near-term rates as you spread out the cost of those projects, say over a 20-year repayment period, but that does introduce a cost of interest on debt service payments. But one advantage of spreading that out over, say, 20 or 25-year planning horizon is that existing and new customers will help pay for that debt service as new customers connect into the utilities. They'll pay the monthly rates, which help go in part to cover annual debt service payments. So there's a benefit there, and to the extent that you might be saving ahead with cash, and that might take some years to save up, you might be impacted by inflation. We've seen the past few years some significant construction cost inflation. So to the extent that you can start capital projects a little sooner, that does help mitigate some of the impacts of cost inflation over time. So as we'll be walking through the results, we'll be focusing on a hybrid solution where some of it's cash from rate adjustments, some of it's borrowing as well to help fund the overall capital program for each of the utilities. And before we get into the individual utility results, just wanted to give you a quick snapshot on your current utility rates. As Zach mentioned, sewer rates haven't been updated for nearly 10 years. You can see there the 22, 23, 24 rates, they're all the same figures. But so we have the sewer utility on the left, the stormwater utility on the right. Sewer utility, there's a residential multifamily fee, the base charge, which is just under $20 per month. That includes 2 units of consumption. And then for non-residential, the larger the meter size, the larger the base charge. And then anything over that 2-unit allowance pays that per unit rate of about $9 per unit. The stormwater fee on the right scales up in a different way. So not water consumption or measured flow, but measured impervious area. For residential, it's a flat charge, $11.90 per month, but for multifamily, commercial, industrial, those types of developments, it's based on measured impervious surface area. So if a typical single-family home is about 2,800 impervious square feet on the lot, that's the definition of the, quote, equivalent residential unit. So if you've got a commercial lot with 5,500 impervious square feet, that's roughly 2 residential equivalents, so they'd pay 2 times that rate that you see on the screen there. So just wanted to give you a baseline of what we're doing here today, what the current rates are, and then Zach will jump into the sewer and stormwater utilities and get to the results.
All right, so we'll start with the sewer utility. And this first slide here gives a kind of visual representation to what both Zach and Toggy have been talking about. So the blue bars cutting across the graph are the monthly bill that a single-family residence might pay for 5 CCF of usage per month. And you'll notice, of course, that it has remained the same since 2014. The green dashed dotted line shows you what the bill would be if you had been applying annual inflation based on the CPIU for the West region. You can see by the end of the forecast that the total rate of 65.85 with inflation is about 40% higher than the current rates of 46.39 for a monthly bill. So, of course, the downside of this is that the rates are somewhat behind schedule in terms of where they could be. And the other downside with this is that cash that could have been accumulating since 2014 with slightly higher rate increases has not been accumulating. And so that kind of puts pressure on the rates for the forecast period that we're looking at today. So next slide. So starting with the basics here of the fiscal policies and cash balances for the sewer utility, for our modeling purposes, we kind of separate these reserves into two different concepts here. The one on the left is the operating reserve, and this is all totally focused on your day-to-day operating maintenance expenditures. And per city policy, we want to keep this as at least 20% of operating costs, which is about 1.1 million today. You'll notice that there are some cash balances accumulated here in the operating reserve. It's the total balance is about 12 million. The minimum target is 1.1 million, so you have a fair amount available there for future capital. We also have, on the right-hand side of this, the capital reserve, and this is more focused on emergency repairs that you might need to do for your system. And for this model, we've set that at 2% of the fixed asset value, which is 2.3 million today. Now, because we're looking forward into the next 10 years, we know that we're going to be adding assets to the city's fixed asset schedule. And so that's actually going to increase this minimum target that we're planning for to make sure that we have enough ready for emergency repairs. So this slide here summarizes the sewer capital plan. And what you're seeing here in dollar figures is the escalated 2-year of construction estimates of the capital plan. There are quite a few major projects. The biggest batch of projects here on this graph is in the 2028 through 2030. And that's all about the MBR phase 1 and 2 blowers and a couple other things bundled into that one project. All big improvements at the wastewater treatment plant. For the inflated cost of that is 87.8 million over those 3 years. So quite a big figure. And in fact, the full capital plan that we're looking at here is a total of $243 million when escalated year of construction. So you know, averages $24 million a year of capital. So.
How did you incorporate our current environment in the analysis with tariffs and other things that are so uncertain now?
Great question. So we escalate these costs using a more standard inflationary index. So what I can't say is that we've built in anything more than a standard 10-year average inflation estimate. So.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Okay, so this chart shows you some SDC revenue, which, as you all know, of course, goes towards your capital plan. Historically, you've averaged about a little over $1 million in SDC revenue per year, but you can kind of tell that it's been somewhat dwindling, especially since 2019. So for the projection looking forward, we base this on the city's budgeted SDC revenue, which is just under $600,000 per year. And the other thing going into this chart here is, of course, the city's policy is to use these SDCs to pay for some of its outstanding debt service. So the amount that's actually available for capital looking forward is even smaller than what you're seeing here. Now, point being about this chart is that we are looking at a very small contribution from SDCs to the capital plan we're about to show you. And this also does not include any possible SDC increases. However, the scale of the increases would probably not be enough to solve some of the rate increases we're about to show you. So next slide, please. So this is a look at the total sewer capital funding plan. We have a couple different bars here cutting across the graph. The blue bar you'll see there is the rate funding and existing cash balances that you have available for capital. And that is about 18% of the total plan. We have a small contribution from the urban renewal and fog pond funds, about 5.2 million or 2% of the total plan. And that's that purple color that you can kind of see. For the clean water SRF loans and loan forgiveness, that's about $29 million or 12% of the plan. That's that yellow color you see there. And then you'll notice the largest share of the expected funding is the revenue bonds, which are over 166 million. Now, we use revenue bonds in our model because they're a very conservative assumption of what the city could use as a funding gap filler. So somewhat conservative assumption, but also what the city could realistically achieve if no other funding arrived to help with the capital needs. So in total, 80% of the capital funding is going to come from these outside sources, primarily these revenue bonds. So this chart kind of brings together all of the concepts that we've been talking about into one place. So the important way to read this chart is that the bars that you see are the costs that the utility is facing, and the lines cutting across the bars are the revenues that the utility is receiving. So the operating costs are in that blue color at the bottom of the graph. The existing debt service, which includes the SRF loan debt service that you guys are going to be paying back, is in the green. The orange debt service is all related to the revenue bond debt service annually that you'll be paying when you take out these proposed revenue bonds. And then the yellow color is the rate-funded capital. That's what you're setting aside from rates to help pay for the capital program. So you'll notice that if revenues were to stay at that existing level, which is that solid green line, we're not even close to being able to pay for the debt service or set aside money for rates. In fact, we can't even really pay the existing debt service that we're already planned to pay back in 2029. That's when SRF starts coming online, and you can see that we're already under there. So the proposed plan would look at an increase of 27.5% for the next 4 years, which, while it is pretty substantial, as I mentioned at the front of the slide deck, the current rates are about 40% below where they could be had you kept up with inflation. So some of this is catching up, and some of this is preparing for that big revenue bond forecast in 2029. Once you've gotten over that hump, so to speak, then rates really start to level off at that 3.5%. And something kind of important about this chart here, what we're showing you is 10 years, but our model goes out to 20 years. And so once we've gotten over that hump in 2029, we've actually raised rates to a point where we have a lot of rate-funded capital for future years, and maybe you'll be borrowing less down the line. Oh, and I'm sorry, and the labels, I'm so sorry. The labels there you can see are the rate increases in the top, those are the percentages, and then the debt service coverage ratio, which basically says that you need to be collecting some ratio of your debt service in net revenues. And the typical requirement that we model is 1.5. And then the bottom number there is the monthly sewer single-family charge with 5 CCF of usage. So this chart is kind of just to prove our work here that we are meeting the minimum balance targets I showed you at the front. You'll see balances fluctuate quite a bit as revenue bonds come in and then are used for capital. Next up here is the sewer rates if you were to apply them across the board. So 27.5% per year for those first 4 years, 3.5% in the out years, and you didn't make any changes to your rate schedule structure-wise. These rate increases are expected on January 1 of each fiscal year. So the first rate increase there would be implemented January 1, 2026. And that is it for the sewer utility. So we can go a little bit more quickly through stormwater. This first slide, once again, shows you the cash balances, both for the operating reserve and the capital reserve. And once again, we do have some monies available for capital in the next 10 years. All right, the stormwater capital plan here is, while not as high as in the sewer plan, we are still looking at some big costs here. For example, we have the Charbonneau repair and replacement project that's somewhat ongoing, $40 million over the next, looks like 15 years there. And in more recent or more near term, we have the Millie Road improvements for $12.4 million and Day Road improvements for $8.8 million in 27. So still not as bad as sewer, but still quite a bit of capital to achieve. Once again here for historical revenue, you've had kind of fluctuating amounts here averaging about $444,000, but for the projection looking forward, we based that on the city's budget and we assumed some level of growth, and that puts it at a much lower amount there at the bottom. And once again, this does not assume any stormwater SDC increases, so that might help mitigate the impacts, but perhaps not to the degree that some people would hope. Stormwater capital plan funding is much like the sewer utility. You're going to have to rely on a lot of outside funding. And once again, in this example, we're using revenue bonds because that's something the city could achieve if it needed funding, and we don't know for sure about any other cheaper sources of funding that the city could get. So for this case, stormwater has been updated more recently than sewer. I think it was 2021. We did have some high inflation years, but these rate increases are less so about catching up and more so about helping to pay for the debt service needed to pay for those projects. So once again, we have some high near-term increases of 35.5% for 3 years, and then we can drop down to inflationary increases. You'll notice that by that point that we have achieved a pretty high amount of rate-funded capital, which should help to reduce the amount of borrowing needed in some of the out years of the forecast. Once again, proving our work here about the stormwater fund balance, we are just showing you that we're not going below our capital fund targets under our projections. You'll see these spikes as revenue bonds come in. 2034 is a spike, and like I mentioned at the front, that's because our model is a 20-year model, so we have some capital just beyond the forecast shown here that we're helping to pay for there. And once again, here is the across-the-board stormwater rates, basically assuming you made no changes to your rate structure and you started implementing these rates January 1, 2026. And that's it for my prepared slides. The next steps are to discuss any possible revenue requirement scenarios that the council is interested. And then we'll be coming back to you pretty soon to talk about SDC updates. And after that, we'll follow up with the cost of service analyses to help divide the cost between your different classes. And then finally, we'll look at rate design, hopefully targeting still that January 1 implementation for these changes that we're suggesting.
We're happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? Go ahead.
That's a lot of numbers. Thank you. So I was looking at, it's page 3 of 4 of this sewer and stormwater utility rate review staff report. And near the top of the page, there's the sewer utility rate and the storm utility rate for 2020-25 to 2030 each year, and it has percentage increase. It looks like for the sewer percentage increase, it's about 27.5%. And for the first few years of the storm utility rate, 35.5%. And I was wondering if we had considered maybe averaging that out, so it was a flat increase for each year, so it'd be more like, I think, 23% per year. Has that been thought about?
Yes, that's a great question. So it does look a little funny how we have these kind of front-loaded increases, but the reason for that is because at a certain point, the utility needs cash in order to pay for its capital program. And we just don't have time to accumulate those cash right now, so we actually need to borrow. So the reason we have that sharp cutoff in rate increases is because we're preparing to pay for the debt service. And then once that debt service starts, in sewer's case in 2029 is the biggest batch. We've built up the rates to the point where we can pay for that debt service. We couldn't really spread it out anymore without delaying projects, if that makes sense, because we need the cash, we need to be paying our debt service, and so we need the higher near-term rate increases. We do try and spread it out as much as we can, but we're kind of constrained by the fact that we need to issue debt at some point.
So one of the things that we could do, we did take a first pass at the timing of projects and the projects. I'll tell you, there's no fluff projects on the list. But one thing we could do between now and the cost of service analysis is take another pass at those projects, look at our growth rate, and if we're able to push some of those projects out, it could give us some time to flatten those rate increases out a little bit. It's not going to be a big change, but if there's some wiggle room, we could look at doing that. The thing with doing that is if we grow faster than we anticipate, then there's some risk there, right? We might not have enough cash to do the projects we need at the time that we need them.
And wouldn't those projects get even more expensive?
They would get more expensive, yes.
But we could come back and reconsider, right? Like if you were able to push out some wiggle room and delay a couple of projects. But then it turned out over time, we're going, oh, wait a minute, we need to reconsider this. Would that opportunity be there?
Yes, definitely. It is a big lift to do this work again, but yes, it is something that we could look at.
Are you talking about advancing, like if we came back with a rate schedule that presumed that we weren't going to grow as fast as we think we are, and we locked in those rates, revisiting the resolution to say, well, okay, it looks like we need this sooner, so we could change the rate for any given year through a resolution or a modification of a resolution? Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
Like, 2 or 3 years down the road, if things change again, then being able to revise it.
I think
The risk.
I know it's not what you want to do, but.
Well, no,
maybe-
it's not the question of what you want, it's the question of what are the unintended consequences. that
Yeah,
you
sorry,
would think
I
about.
misunderstood your
think-
question.
Go ahead.
I think Zach and Toggy could, answer this, but the problem is that you're not building up that cash
Right.
in advance of needing those projects.
So you're relying more on debt, which means you have less revenue to work with
Yeah.
because you're paying debt service that you would otherwise pay out in cash. So you're trying to front load as much of the cost of those capital improvements as you can
Yeah.
so that you're not relying on debt because, who knows what interest rates are going to be 4, 5, 6 years from now.
I think the problem it sounds like if we did that, we'd be stuck with what happened before. This wasn't it was pushed down the road a bit. So we need to address it now. It doesn't feel good at all. It's going to impact. I'm really concerned about the people already in that category of unable to afford their housing. The rents will go up, the landlords will jack up their rents to meet this, but if we don't do it, then it's going to get even worse later. So, anyway, anybody other?
Yeah, well, the good Lord willing, I'll still be here in 20 years, and I would hope that we would have in place a set percentage increase every year going forward to protect us from this happening again. I would be curious if someone went in and, other than the obvious, the forensics of how so much time went by without this being caught.
Agreed. That would be very helpful. Thank you, Councilor.
Well, I think you set your rates based on what your capital requirements and debt service and operations and maintenance are. And we had enough to cover all that until we updated our master plan. Once you update your master plan, then you go back and look at your rates. But I think what council said at goal setting is you don't want to do this again. So that would be a change in policy to say we are going to index all of our rates in terms of sewer, water, streets, or whatever rates that we have control over so that we can avoid these big rate increases in the future.
But, the way I understand it, there was some pretty good, we don't want to have a big lump sum rate increase, but the way you explained it the other day to us is that we're having the maintenance, the plant has to be revised, right, because of the site configurations, and so that's expensive. And then we had the expensive past few years of high inflation costs.
Yeah,
That
this doesn't
isn't
help.
really normal.
And I will say that the site that we have is very constrained, so it makes capital improvements more expensive.
Right.
So if you had unconstrained land in which to work with, the design of our sewer system would look completely different than what it looks like now and into the future. But we don't have that luxury.
Right. We have to work with what we have.
We do.
And that was a big point of discussion during the master plan work, the wastewater treatment plant master plan with the planning commission and city council last year, was talking through that, the constraints with the site and driving those projects.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the work session is adjourned. The city council will meet in executive session pursuant to ORS 192-6602H, legal counsel litigation, to consult with counsel concerning the legal rights and duties of the city with regard to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. Members of the public outside of representatives of the news media, please exit council chambers. We're adjourned for 5 minutes. I call the order of the meeting of the Wilsonville City Council for April 21st, 2025 at 7:30 PM. Will the city recorder please call the roll?
Mayor O'Neill,
Here.
Council President Barry. Here. Councilor Shevlin,
Here.
Councilor Cunningham,
Here?
Councilor Dunwell.
Here.
Okay. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Council President Barry, can I have a motion to approve the following order of agenda?
I move to approve the following order of the agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion to approve the following order of agenda has been made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
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 The motion, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Good evening, everyone. For those members of our community who observed Easter, it was a beautiful weekend to celebrate, and happy Easter Monday. And hopefully community members with children had the opportunity to participate in the annual Wilsonville Egg Hunt at Memorial Park this past Saturday. For tonight's Mayor's Business Report, I have several items to discuss. The first is going to be a little bit more challenging for me. This is the loss of State Senator Aaron Woods. And so I'm going to read some remarks. Some of them are refined from what was said earlier by the city. It is with profound sadness that I share the news of the passing of our state senator, Aaron Woods, who died on Saturday surrounded by his family in Colorado. I was notified over the weekend. Senator Woods was a proud resident of Wilsonville for over 27 years. He was first recruited to the area by Tektronix in 1996 and went on to build a remarkable career at Xerox, where he served as a senior executive for more than 2 decades. I first met Aaron about 10 years ago when we served together on the city's Development Review Board. From the very beginning, we struck up a close friendship, often meeting for lunch and spending time at his home with his wife, Shirley. That was just the kind of person Aaron was, generous, welcoming, and warm. I'm sure just about everybody on staff would agree with me, as well as many people in the community. We also participated together in the Wilsonville Leadership Academy. Aaron later served on the Wilsonville Planning Commission and was a founding member of the Wilsonville Alliance for Inclusive Community. He also went on to serve on the Clackamas Community College Board. For a time, I thought we might both run for city council years ago, but Aaron was called to higher purpose, serving as our state senator. In 2021, he was nominated as first citizen of Wilsonville by the Wilsonville Rotary Club. I am biased, but I think they should have issued 2 awards that year, which would include him. When I was contemplating whether I should run for mayor, he was one of the first people I called for advice. True to form, Aaron encouraged me to run and offered his full support. In the Oregon State Legislature, Senator Woods served with distinction, co-chair Joint Committee on Information Management and Technology, co-chair Joint Committee on Ways and Means, Subcommittee on Transportation and Economic Development, member Senate Committee on Veterans and Emergency Preparedness, member of the Joint Committee on Transportation. As a leader, Senator Woods accomplished so much for Wilsonville and for Oregon. He was a steady advocate for our city, our schools, and for the policies that lifted up working families. He was a featured speaker at the city Juneteenth celebration in 2022. And he was a true guardian of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Senator Woods believed in bringing high-speed internet service to areas of Oregon without broadband access, understanding that access to information was critical for health and education. His legacy is one of service, integrity, and compassion. His legacy is one of service, integrity, and compassion that for Wilsonville will live on long after his passing. Senator Aaron Woods will be deeply missed, but his impact will continue to shape our community for generations to come. Comments from Governor Tina Kotek today, in part. Aaron often said that growing up on the south side of Chicago, he never expected to be an elected official. But to me, he was an exact fit. His life was defined by care and service to his country, his community, and family. As a state senator, Aaron was thoughtful and principled. He fought for every veteran to have the dignity they deserve. He fought for every Oregonian to have the education or training they needed to shape the life they wanted, no matter their background. He fought for the futures of kids, just like the kid he was, who haven't yet imagined the kinds of things they could achieve. Some notable comments from his Senate colleagues. From Senate Majority Leader Jama. He was a trailblazer in everything he did, always looking to the future and investing in opportunity for others. And lastly, Senate President Rob Wagner said, Aaron had a deep heart for public service. He loved being in the Senate and loved working on behalf of the people in his community. He brought a unique and important perspective to our work, and he was a kind and trusted friend. We are grieving his loss. I would ask all of us to keep his family in your prayers. And I would ask we all give him a round of applause for his service. Okay. And at this time, I'll yield the floor to any of the counselors that may wish to make any comments. If not, they can reserve it later on their comments.
I'd like to say something. Aaron was a really close personal friend. And we didn't share politics, but we shared friendship on a deep level. We also shared the sameness of the loss of the love of our lives. And his compassion with me, his ability to laugh with me during dark times, and the moments we had together showed me the man who he was outside of politics. The last time I saw Aaron was on Halloween. We chose that night specifically because we knew that Lake O Grill, which was like one of his favorite places to eat, would be quiet that night. And he and another dear friend of mine, Brian Everest, went out to dinner that night. We stayed much too long and talked a lot about good food, good friends, and how fortunate we were. He also talked about how brave he was in his battle and that he was going to battle until the very end. We also promised that we'd meet each other again this coming Halloween and have dinner again. So I'm sure Brian and I will be there and toast him. But the thing about Aaron that we always laughed about was every time Aaron would see me, he's like, Katie, where are your braids? He said, I love your braids. He said, you know, be native every moment you can, remember who you are, and never forget where you came from. And so, obviously in honor tonight, I wear my full braids, because this is what I do when I'm not usually in council, is you'll see me running around town in my braids. But Aaron, these two were woven for you tonight. So with love, I will miss him so much. So a great, great man. Thank you.
I'll just be really brief. I didn't have that personal relationship that my colleagues here had, but I do have that sense of admiration for Aaron. He just set such a fine example for how he lived his life and how he did his service for our community and the surrounding communities. So, God bless him, and blessings to all his family and loved ones.
I'll just say that I had the opportunity to talk with him 2 weeks ago, and he was in good spirits. His anticipation would be back in Salem, working for all of us, and just good human being. All right, turning to the next order of business, proclamations. Tonight, I have the honor to issue a proclamation on the Vietnamese American Remembrance Day, which is April 30th, 2025. It's their 50th anniversary, and I'm going to read through this. Whereas Vietnamese refugees have proudly resided in the state of Oregon since the conclusion of the Vietnamese War on April 30th, 1975, and whereas Vietnamese Americans have put forth their full tolling energy building the state of Oregon in a multitude of prominent areas, including industry, economy, culture, education, and military service. And whereas Vietnamese Americans have counted on the state of Oregon as being their second heart, mind, and family homeland, and whereas every year Vietnamese Americans celebrate Remembrance Day on April 30th to solemnly honor the 58,000 American servicemen and servicewomen in that 810 soldiers from the state of Oregon and more than 300,000 South Vietnamese soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the line of duty for freedom and democracy in South Vietnam from November of 1955 to April 1975. And now, therefore, I, Sean O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Wilsonville, do hereby proclaim the 30th day of April 2025 as Vietnamese American Remembrance Day. I encourage all Wilsonville community members to join in this observance, dated this 21st day of April 2025. And I just want to add that I've been fortunate to be invited by the president of the Vietnamese community of Oregon for their celebration that's this Saturday in remembrance of that day. So,
Maybe you want to do a quick picture with council?
Sure.
Like right here in front of the logo? And then you can present the proclamation to them.
Excuse me, sir.
Right over here in front of the logo?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sure.
Honorable Mayor and City Council member, I am proud to am President of the Vietnamese community of Oregon. Thank you so much for recognizing the Vietnamese American Remembrance Day, and you will join with us this Saturday. And this is our certificate of appreciation.
Oh, thank you so much. We're presenting to you, and I will be reading it this Saturday as well.
Thank you very much.
Everyone get this off.
closer under the logo, I'll grab a picture.
Okay.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. much, and you keep it, and you will read it this Saturday,
Yeah,
right?
I will bring it.
Yeah.
Come on
Thank
up.
you so much.
Whoa.
Councilor Berry. One more.
Back.
Yeah.
You left too soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We have another proclamation. Proclamation declaring the month of May as Mental Health Awareness Month. With this proclamation, the city seeks to increase public understanding of the importance of mental health, to promote identification and timely treatment of mental illness, and to cure the resulting stigma and discrimination. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas mental health is part of everyone's overall health and well-being, and mental illnesses are prevalent in our county, state, and nation, with 1 in 5 adults experiencing a mental health issue every year. And whereas stigma and the resulting discrimination is a primary obstacle to early identification and effective treatment of individuals with mental illness, and their ability to recover to lead full, productive lives. And whereas approximately half of chronic mental illness begins by the age of 14, and suicide is the second leading cause of death of individuals ages 10 to 14 and 25 through 34. And whereas long delays averaging 11 years occur between the time symptoms first appear and when individuals get help, and it is therefore essential to cure the stigma and discrimination that is the primary cause for those delays. And whereas every citizen and community can make a difference in helping cure the stigma and discrimination that for too long has surrounded mental illness and discouraged people from getting help, and whereas public education and civic engagement improves the lives of individuals and families affected by mental illness, now therefore be it resolved, I, Sean O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Wilsonville, a municipal corporation in the County of Clackamas and the County of Washington County, in the state of Oregon, do hereby proclaim May 25th as Mental Health Awareness Month in Wilsonville to increase public understanding of the importance of mental health, to promote identification and timely treatment of mental illnesses, and to cure the resulting stigma and discrimination. In witness whereof, and with the consent of the City Council of the City of Wilsonville, I have hereunto set my hand on this 21st day of April 2025. And we don't have anybody here tonight, but we will be presenting that formally in the upcoming event in 2 weeks. And we have one more proclamation. This is a proclamation declaring May 2025 as Building Safety Month, which recognizes the importance of safe, energy efficient, and ADA accessible built environment. Throughout the month, the City Building Division will be highlighting different safety themes throughout social media and other venues with tips relating to fire, safety at home, water safety, water conservation, creating resilient structures, accessible facilities, sewage disposal, and energy efficiency. Okay. Turning to meetings that I've attended. Over the past 2 weeks, I've participated in a number of meetings and events. The meetings include a meeting with newly elected Clackamas County Board of County Commissioners Chair Craig Roberts. Chair Roberts is a Wilsonville area resident who formerly served as a sheriff of the county. This was a good opportunity to discuss a number of land use and transportation issues that impact both county and city. A meeting of the Washington County Coordinating Committee. This is another meeting I attended that includes the cities and county government. During this meeting, we heard an update on safety and security on the TriMet transit system and a report on the Metro Community Connector Transit Study. I will note that Wilsonville residents and businesses are beneficiaries of top quality transit. We don't have to worry about TriMet. We got our smart transit system, thank God. I attended a meeting of the Clackamas County Coordinating Committee, Metro Subcommittee, where we also heard the report on TriMet safety improvements. I also attended a monthly meeting with Wilsonville Chamber of Commerce Executive Kevin O'Malley and City Manager Cosgrove. I attended, along with the other city council members, this past Friday, the annual Wilsonville Rotary Club Heart of Gold Gala and Auction. This year, we are celebrating the Rotary Club's 50th anniversary, and the president and host of the evening was Mike Bishop, and he just did a stellar job. During this annual fundraiser for the Rotary Club, the first Citizen Award is presented. This year, the award went to Lynn Welchel, Executive Director of the local nonprofit Heart of the City, one of our key nonprofits that supports our community. She's a valuable member of our community for volunteer service, and I think we should give her applause and congratulations. I also conducted 8 interviews with community volunteers who have applied to serve on city board committees or commissions. I will continue that process this Friday, and we should have some recommendations for the city council after that. And we're very fortunate to have them volunteer. It's really refreshing. I have a number of areas of legislative testimony that I'm going to defer as the legislature continues. We have all these bills, and with the help of staff and everybody, I submit a lot of testimony, and it's a matter of record in my submissions that will be available at the end of the meeting. See, in upcoming community events, I'm going to defer that later to City Council President Barry, and she'll cover that. And the last item to note is the next City Council meeting, and that will be scheduled for Monday, May 5th, starting at 7 p.m. During this meeting, I will present my first State of the City address with the theme of a community that fosters connection and belonging, where every voice is heard and valued, and where diverse backgrounds and experiences are celebrated. I hope you all can attend. Turning now to communications. First up is Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. Fire Chief Derek Weiss, who will be present on the state of the district. Sorry, I stuttered through that, Chief.
That's all right. Watch me do the same. Well, good evening, Mayor O'Neill, councilors. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Derek Weiss. I'm the fire chief for Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. It's my pleasure to be able to be here tonight in Wilsonville, which was my home for a long time, and maybe again real soon. But I don't always get to go to every city to do the state of the district, and so we divide them up, and I was fortunate enough to get Wilsonville because it's always good to be back here. This evening, I'm going to cover a few of these topics. Am I running this one? Of course I am. That should be fine, right? Yeah, that didn't work so good. Oh, I'm just scrolling. Hey, see that? It's easy. So this evening, I won't take up too much of your time. I know you've had a long evening already, and so in the interest of that, I will move through these rather quickly. But we like to come to every city and county that we serve and talk a little bit about what we've done in the previous year, and we try to do this annually. The first thing we're going to talk about is wildland deployments, then the 2024 response snapshot, which is specific to the city of Wilsonville. Emergency medical services, which clearly is a large part of what we do. Recruitment, and then we'll finish up with bond and capital projects. So the first one I have for you is wildland deployments, and I'll get my glasses out just so I make this a little bit easier. But this is what happened last year. So in 2024, as you might imagine, Oregon saw an unprecedented year in wildfires. Last year alone, there was 1.9 million acres of wildfire in Oregon, which is more than double what the average is per year. That is a ton. TVFR's wildland team responded through the summer with 31 individuals, so 31 of our 450 or so firefighters are specifically trained for wildland firefighting. They responded to fires between June of 2025 and September 13th of last year. Oregon also participates with other states in agreements, and we participate with California. As I'm sure you've seen, there was significant fire in Southern California. Within the first 24 hours of that fire, the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office mobilized task forces from across the state, 370 firefighters from Oregon, covering 23 counties, responded to Southern California to help our brothers and sisters down in Southern California. Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue specifically sent 14 wildland personnel, and they were part of a Washington County task force and a Yamhill County task force. One of our battalion chiefs also went and actually oversaw all 370 individuals that were down there in Southern California. So we had a large role in that deployment to Southern California. I am happy to report everybody came back safely. There were no injuries, which is also critically important. Last summer, when much of the state and Oregon was on fire, California sent personnel elsewhere and across the state. Fire knows no boundaries. And so within the fire service, and specifically on the West Coast, we do an extremely good job of mutual aid across counties. So you can see firefighters from Clackamas County going to Klamath County, firefighters from Yamhill County going to Deschutes County, and then firefighters from across the state going to other states. Those are part of the agreements that we have. But I want to make sure that I make clear is when we do this each and every year, we can't always give resources to other states or the rest of our state. Quite frankly, we have to make sure that we're protected here at home. And sometimes we might have a big incident going on here within our jurisdiction. Sometimes we're already committed to too many other fires across the state, and we simply just can't put any more personnel out of the district. This is our first priority and always will be. So we'll continue to do that moving forward. The good part about sending crews to other states and other areas within our state is the fact that they're able to gain knowledge that they might not get being here, and then they get to bring it back and train future firefighters and wildland fires within Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. So they get to get that experience, that training, bring it back, and train others. That's how we continue the cycle. This is my favorite one up here. This is the snapshot for the city of Wilsonville specifically. It's a bit of an eye test, I get that. I won't go through all of it, but I'll cover what I think is important to the community in the city of Wilsonville. Last year, we responded to over 3,100 calls for service within the city of Wilsonville. That's a slight tick up. If you look down towards the right-hand side down there, I think it was 3,140 or so last year, which is a good thing. It's not increasing at a dramatic rate, which is important to us, which is important to the community. If you look in the upper left under EMS, 75% of the calls, as you can imagine, are EMS. That is the same for any area that we serve, any city, any community, any county. Quite frankly, across the country, 75%-ish is really what you do of medical calls in the fire service.
Excuse me, Chief.
Sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt your thought.
No problem.
Do you project that could increase as we have a more aging population? Is there a lot more of seniors that need that?
Yeah, that's spot on. In fact, it's in one of the other EMS slides. We're going to talk about
I'm
EMS
sorry to
specifically.
interrupt.
No, it's okay. And that is, the demographic, the aging population is absolutely increasing, and so there are more calls for service because of that. That's one impact. There's others too. that influence that, but certainly an aging demographic is one of them. In the lower right corner, I always want to point this out to the cities when I do the state of the district. Lower right corner is the percentage of calls that were managed by the stations in that area. So in the city of Wilsonville, you have Station 52, Station 54, and Station 56. If you add up those percentages, that's about 94% of the calls that occur in Wilsonville are managed by a fire station in Wilsonville. That's our response reliability. 94% is a huge number. When it gets down into the 70% range, now we have to start to think about, do we need more infrastructure? Do we need more units? Do we need more personnel? And so this is one of the key data points that we use to inform our decisions moving forward. And the last thing on this page, upper right-hand corner, is the big heat map. And the heat map covers the calls, all 3,100 calls within the city of Wilsonville. It kind of shows where they are. And the more times we go to a particular place, the hotter the map gets. And if you look at that and you start to get into the red, those are about 260 plus calls to that one location throughout the year. I think the engine company had to leave. Yes, they did. But if they were here, they would probably tell you which every red dot is on that map because they're that familiar with those calls. So we give that information to community risk reduction. We give it to operations and we say, hey, is there something different that we can do? Can we help out? Is there a program where we can slow that rate and that number of times that they're calling? Emergency medical services, and you mentioned this for me actually, the calls went up a little bit over the last year. Over the district, it translates, at 75% of the calls, it translates to about 42,700 medical calls for services over last year. It's not something that we can just throw money at. We take very good care of the dollars that are entrusted to us. And some places, I think the strategy is we need more people and we need more units. And while that's okay some of the time, it's not sustainable. You cannot keep doing that. So we have to be innovative. We have to have other ideas that we can use to reduce the number of times those units are responding to calls. That's in our DNA, and it's been the way TVFNR has worked for as long as I've been here, which is a long time. So one of the things that we did over the past year was we began the advanced practice community paramedics. And so what those are, that's on the left-hand side there. That's a single car with a single individual. And their role is to go out to some of these places that call 911 frequently and engage the individual and try to find out, why did you call 911? Do you need 911? Or what can I do to help you? Oftentimes they're confused about medication. Sometimes they just need to go to an urgent care. Other times they need a higher level of care. And I look at these individuals as amazing caseworkers because they spend so much time and so many visits with these individuals trying to help them get the resources that they need so they don't have to fall back on that one thing, which is call 911. And as I think we all know, 911 isn't for everything, and it doesn't have to be. So how do we help people in different ways? How do we educate people in different ways to manage that increasing EMS call volume? In January, we received a grant, and the grant was from the state of Oregon. We launched the Advanced Resource Medic, which is the ARM program, and that's in the middle of your screen there. The intent of this program, again, to limit the amount of times that the fire engines and fire trucks have to respond to 911 calls. Is there another thing that we can do, another program that we can put in place that addresses those calls? And this is one of them. So with the grant, we have a physician's assistant or a nurse practitioner, and they're on that medic unit, which is one of our transporting units. They're there with an advanced practice community paramedic, and they get to go to some of these calls where they can actually help them in place. They can give them the care that they need. They have the expertise, they have the education and training, and we can help them in place, and they don't have to call 911. It's a brand new program. I can't tell you how awesome it's working yet because I truly don't know. We just started it, but it's definitely expanding in the month or two that it's been up and running of what they actually get to go to. At first, we had it very constrained of what they get to go to and when they get to go, but now it's expanding and it's moving across the entire organization. So we're super happy for that one. Another one that's hopefully going to help reduce the number of 911 calls that generate a fire engine or a fire truck response is nurse navigation. Nurse navigation is up and running in Clackamas County, and Washington County just started it, I think, a month ago. a month ago. So what nurse navigation is when you call 911 and you start to get triaged by a dispatcher, there are certain things that you say and certain questions that they ask that actually put you into a different category, which gets shipped to a center of nurses. And now the nurses work with you over the phone and try to get you the care that you need in that regard too. This has been going on in Clark County, Washington for over a year now. As I mentioned, it just started in Clackamas County and Washington County. And we're hoping to see, when the program is fully up and running, we're hoping to see a 15% reduction in the number of those calls that no longer dispatch a fire engine or a fire truck. As you can imagine, they have a lot of other things that we need them to do at the moment they're needed. And when they're on medical calls, especially calls that they don't necessarily need to be on, is there another way that we can address that? So we're hopeful that that will work, and we'll continue to look for new ways to reduce the impact on the heavy assets in the organization. Local option levy update. Last spring, we came before council. We talked about the renewal or replacement, rather, of our local option levy. In May 2024, voters approved a 5-year levy that allows for the hiring of 36 firefighters and paramedics over the next 5 years. We are hopeful that that levy replacement can last 10 years. That's what we did before, and so we're going to try and do it again. As I mentioned before, throwing money and resources at the problem isn't necessarily sustainable, but sometimes you do have to add more. And so these 36 firefighters and paramedics are going to be a huge asset to all the communities that we serve. We certainly thank the community members for their ongoing support. We will continue to provide fast and effective emergency services because of it. And recruitment. So a large hiring and retirement process is going on with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. And I don't know if it's the same for everybody, but in the fire service, it is extremely cyclical. When I started in the fire service a few years ago, there was probably hiring as fast as you can hire. People are retiring out. And as that cycle continues, that group then retires out and the cycle repeats. We are under extreme pressure to hire more. We believe it's going to last probably another 3 to 5 years, and then it'll get back to that stable. And then down the road, 25 years from now, it's going to start again, and they're going to have to address the same situation. So our focus remains on finding the best possible candidates to serve our community. We are getting fantastic individuals. The numbers are lower, I think, with a lot of organizations that are hiring. Certainly other fire departments, they're having a challenge getting enough candidates for the positions. We do better than most, and we've seen the numbers start to increase, and we will continue to offer different ways to attract people and get people into the academies. But I assure you, the ones that we see are still high-quality candidates, and we look forward to bringing them on board. We have worked with local high schools and community colleges to expand our recruitment. We realized very quickly that we have a lot of talented individuals in the organization. Why not use their skills? And several of them have passion for recruitment. And so they developed programs that we've implemented and they're still working on to expand that recruitment process. And the other thing I'd point out is we also have people that are really up to speed on social media. And I don't know a whole lot about social media. I don't have social media, but I know the value of social media. So I challenged my organization 6 years ago. We need to up our game. People need to see this. They need to get excited about the fire service again. And lo and behold, it worked. We bring people in that get jobs now, and we ask them, what got you to TVFNR? What brought you here? And the percentages, the data says it was the social media. It was the videos. It was I see me there based on those videos. And I can't tell you how excited I am to continue to innovate, look for new ways, but we will see the numbers continuing to increase. The biggest problem probably that impacted a lot of fire departments was the pandemic. Paramedic programs, EMS programs, community colleges, fire programs, they shut down. And that's that lag. And we're still feeling a little bit of that lag. But as I mentioned before, the numbers are continuing to improve and increase. Bond and capital projects. In 2021, voters approved a general obligation bond for Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, meant to make large improvements, capital projects, new stations, remodels. This year, we're going to start to see some dirt moving, which I'm extremely excited about. King City, Station 35 is a complete remodel. Station 20 in Newburgh is a complete redo. The training center, which some of you have seen, hasn't changed since I first started there over 31 years ago. So that's going to get some needed improvements. There's another station in the north, plus a couple stations that are going to be remodeled. So we're going to have a lot that goes on. I do want to mention this. The bond dollars will not go as far as our ambitions hoped. That's just a guarantee. The dollar doesn't go as far as the dollar went. And I can tell you 5 years ago, a fire station cost $7-8 million for a fire station, a nice fire station. Today, it's over $14 million. A fire engine 5 years ago cost about $750,000, which still seems extreme, but that's the cost of fire engines. Today, they're over $1.2 million, just one engine. A truck's over $2 million. We have an amazing team in logistics and fleet that keep our rigs on the road up and running as best they can. But inevitably, they're going to fail, and we're going to have to put them out of service. So it's just the cost of things. Maybe won't go as far as we wanted them to, but we're going to work very hard to get as many things done with this bond as we can, and then we'll move on. And this is the last one. The little thing on the right is called a QR code. I don't know what that means, but I know what it does.
They work.
If you have a camera and you take a picture of that, this is pretty cool. This is less than 5 minutes, and we started doing this 2 years ago. This is our 2024 year in review. It's a little bit about what I said right now, except it's video, and there's music, and it moves right along, and it kind of shows you what have we been doing? How have we been spending your dollars? What have we been innovating? What are we doing? And so this is it. If you happen to click on that, I think you can probably find it on our website at tvfr.com. Is that right, Jacob? That's right. That is correct. Yeah. So I cannot thank you enough for allowing me to be here. I get the pleasure to run an organization that is amazing. You see some of the men and women that I've worked with, and some of them are here today. And I'm so proud of them because I don't know if they know it, but every month I'm receiving emails, letters, postcards for their interactions with the community that we serve. I know they do an amazing job. I know this community is getting the best possible service, and I couldn't be more proud or privileged to work with them and be here. So that's what I had for this evening. If you have a couple questions, it's fine, but I want to be respectful of your time because you have a long evening ahead still, probably.
Well, you guys are going to put me through a drill in a few weeks.
Oh, I can't wait. And I will tell you, I have yet to hear somebody say it wasn't the most amazing experience of their life. So
I
it's
hear.
gonna
I
be
look
good.
forward to it.
Yeah, I think somebody else has been through it maybe, huh?
Yes.
I'll fangirl you on that one because I may have failed a couple of things. The turnouts were too big and too heavy, but I got to drive a fire truck.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
So it's such a great experience to see not only the quality of all of the professionals on at the station where I was at, and everybody at the training facility, but the response. It was, it's so interesting because, when you're there and I got to spend the night at the station and go on calls. And what's so amazing about it is, you guys are just regular, just like you and me, right? We sit down and we eat dinner and, cooks everything. And man, that alarm goes off and everything changes. And you watch everybody go into that professional, well-honed, well-trained, status that they're so good at. And it was really, really cool to be able to watch everybody in action. And I know you've been a phenomenal chief, so I applaud everything you all do. I do have a really quick question / comment. I'm really pleased to see that you're putting those emergency medical services in place now, whether it's the nurse navigation, the ARM, and also that advanced practice community paramedic. With the addition and continued growth of Frog Pond and everything that we're doing, will that also help us, or because there's going to be additional need there?
Mm-hmm.
Is that how significant will this addition, the emergency medical services, do in releasing and relieving the tension of all of those additional homes in that location?
Yeah, there's two things, a couple of things. One, we'll monitor the data, and we'll look at that response reliability, because that's a key indicator of how we're doing. Generally speaking, depends on the construction type and what's in there. Newer areas don't dramatically increase call volume for Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. Historically, that's what we've seen. So it's a little bit more down the road. The good news with Wilsonville, the city of Wilsonville, is what I said earlier, is that this city is doing so well with response reliability right now. It's going to take a significant impact to affect it. But the Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, best way I can describe it, economies of scale. We can provide something to a city the size of Wilsonville that a city can't provide to themselves. We can provide bench strength that you can't get anywhere else. So one of the other things that we look at is that response reliability down, and is the next up due closest able to get there in the right response time? So it's convoluted. There's a lot to it, but it's all data informed. And I can tell you just those are some of the observations I've had over my time here. Yeah. And by the way, the community academy that we do, it is coming up May 16th. And we always invite counselors from across the district to attend. It's a fun event. So if you have the chance and the opportunity, I know it's 24 hours of your time, which I know is valuable, but we'll make sure we continue to send out invitations to everyone.
Chief Weiss, I just wanted to say thank you. I wanted to point out that it looks like your crew came back, and I know you'll want to acknowledge them as well. So they came back in the room.
I do. Where's Captain Noakes? So this crew is from the station right over here on Kinsman across the freeway. Captain Noakes, you raise your hand, yeah? Captain Noakes is in charge of the entire station, so everybody that works at that station he is responsible for. He is very involved in the community. He is very involved with public affairs. He actually used to do a little public affairs for us as well, some PIO work, which is fantastic. You're in great hands, and he does a good job running that station and responding to the calls. So, yep, thanks for being here, you guys. Appreciate it.
Now we have the pleasure of hearing the Urban and Community Forestry Organization President's Award to be presented to Chris Nemsu by Oregon Community Trees.
Mayor O'Neill, City Council members, City staff, it's a pleasure to be here tonight to honor one of your outstanding citizens, Chris Nemsu. So I'm the new president of Oregon Community Trees, and for those of you not familiar with that organization, we are a nonprofit started in 1991 dedicated to educating Oregonians about the value of urban trees to people and to communities, the importance of those trees to cities and towns across the state. So I have no QR codes or videos to show, but I think if you look around Wilsonville, you will see the impact that this individual to my left has made on your community, because it's apparent in all the beautiful trees that you see every day as you drive around this community. Now, every year, Oregon Community Trees, in partnership with the Oregon Department of Forestry, recognizes individuals and organizations that have been doing important work around urban forestry, and we reserve kind of special honors for those who've devoted an entire career around promoting urban forestry and improving urban tree canopy in Oregon. And that is the President's Award. And Chris is the recipient this year of that special honor, and there's only one of those given out each year. So how did he earn the President's Award? What distinguished him so much? Well, there's a lot to say about that, and I'll put my glasses on so I don't miss a thing here. So he has a very long career. He's been around city government here since the 90s, so about 3 decades worth of service to the city. And in that time, he created Wilsonville's first tree code. He also submitted Wilsonville's first application to become a Tree City USA, which is a national program. There's about 70 communities in Oregon. Wilsonville has been one of the first to enjoy that honor, and you've proudly maintained that for the last 28 years. There's 4 criteria you have to meet, and you've maintained that status proudly for the last 28 years. In addition, in 2005, Chris founded Wilsonville's Heritage Tree Program to honor special trees of significance in your community. Now, many of you are familiar with the old Damish State Hospital. Well, Chris was deeply involved in the redesign of that into the Villebois community, emphasizing preserving and planting trees as green infrastructure. Now, where many newly developed communities lack any mature trees for many decades after they're first laid out, residents and visitors to Villebois enjoyed the benefit of mature trees right from the start, thanks to the vision and foresight of that planning effort. Now, Chris and his staff, under his leadership, created Wilsonville's first urban forest management plan. I think that may have undergone some revisions over the years, but you're one of the communities that does have a fully fledged urban forest management plan to make sure those trees are maintained well and replacements are on a regular basis. But despite the plan, it hasn't been all smooth sailing for Chris over the years. If you recall, in 2021, there was a devastating ice storm that affected many of the trees, not only in Wilsonville, but around the state. And then that was followed up with a record heat dome, 115, 116 degrees, which also didn't do much for the health of the trees. So he had to work closely to make sure that those trees were properly, those that needed removal or pruning, to be safe, to make sure there were no hazards. And then no sooner was that done than Wilsonville became the second community in Oregon to discover that it had a little pest from the old world called the Mediterranean oak borer, which is a tree-killing ambrosia beetle that unfortunately attacks your iconic Oregon white oaks. Now, since that discovery, Wilsonville has been widely praised and acknowledged by state and federal scientists for how promptly and diligently the city has worked to try and save those oak trees from this pest. And this is new to North America. So we're really at the front wave, and Wilsonville literally we're learning from what your experience is. So I think perhaps under Chris's inspiration, the staff here have been very good at, let's try this. They were saying, what do we do? And we said, you tell us, try some things. And they have been willing to do that in terms of experimental treatments to see if they can save trees, things like that. So we're all learning together about this pest. So I think it's important to note that beyond those things here in Wilsonville, Chris's impact has been felt far and away beyond just this community. He did serve as president of Oregon Community Trees in 2003 and 2004, and he's also been a guest lecturer at Oregon State University. I think he has the heart of a teacher. And he's been a presenter at many urban forestry conferences around the state. Finally, Chris has served as a member of the instructional team for the Green Communities Leadership Institute, where he has helped to raise next-level leaders to advocate for nature-based solutions to urban issues. So I'll sum up in the words of the person who nominated Chris for this award. Chris took Wilsonville from having no tree program to speak of to having one of the most exemplary urban forest programs in the state. And with that, I'd like to present Chris with this plaque, if you understand. So the plaque for Chris reads, for outstanding accomplishment and leadership in promoting and protecting our community forests and improving the quality of life in Oregon. Your dedication, example, and commitment to excellence inspire each of us.
Hey, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll do a little bit later. Thank you. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it.
We're not quite done with this announcement yet. Do you want to introduce your wife while you can still talk? No. You sure?
Margo, you want to join me?
I'm just giving you the opportunity while you're dry. Maybe that everybody doesn't know that Mr. Namsu this is your last city council meeting.
Yes,
right?
it is.
I did some calculations. conservative estimate is that you attended over 2,000 city council, planning commission, and DRB meetings in your 30-year career. And Chris has served all of his time in local government with this fine city that we call Wilsonville. So by the numbers, that's 3 decades, 10,950 days, 360 months, or 210 dog years, however you wish to define it. But it's one thing to talk about time. Let's talk about some of the stuff that Chris has been responsible for and touched since he's been with this city. That is not young Chris there. Chris has spent 30 years of his dedicating his life to improving the quality of life in this community on everything from parks design to neighborhood livability to economic development. Where's young Chris? There he is, lower left-hand corner. And then back when he had a black mustache. Chris began his career, I believe, in 1993 here? 95 in Wilsonville as an entry-level planner. Nearly 30 years later, he's leaving the organization as the Community Development Director, overseeing planning, engineering, building, and natural resource divisions. That's a big move on your part there, Chris. Chris has played an integral role in every residential subdivision and plan unit development built over the last 30 years. And depending on where you live, you can thank or blame Chris for anything that's good or bad about your subdivision. He played a major role in overseeing the implementation of the Villebois development that spanned nearly 2 decades from vision to last building permit. I think it was about 17, 18 years, Chris?
20 plus.
20 plus, okay. Including providing input and oversight over the regional parks that are contained in that beautiful community. His fingerprints can also be found on every park, trail, and open space the city has designed and constructed over the last 30 years, including Graham Oaks Natural Area, the Water Treatment Plant Park, Marassi Plaza, Town Center Park, and the Ice Age Tonquin Trail. Under the umbrella of natural resources, Chris wrote, as we just heard, the original application for the city's designation as a Tree City USA over 27 years ago. He played a heavy part in the city's designation as the Bee City USA. And just to give you an example of Chris's dedication, we had a bee issue here in the city where some bees were dying because some neonicotinoid that somebody mistakenly sprayed on some trees in Target. I kind of remember those text messages as if it was yesterday. We weren't sure what to do, but Chris says, well, damn it, I'm going to try something. So he spearheaded a group led by different departments. We got some bucket trucks down there, and we put some netting over those trees, and we don't know how many bees we saved because they can't speak. But on behalf of those bees that can't speak, thank you, Chris, for caring. He was responsible or had some involvement in our Heritage Tree Program, Coffee Creek Wetlands, and Wildlife Passage under Beckman Road. With regards to facilities, this facility that we're sitting in, Chris and his team ushered through a new city hall, new smart fleet complex, and a consolidated public works facility. Additionally, Chris has played a major role in overseeing the design and construction of several schools in the city of Wilsonville. Chris played a major role in setting the city up for success from a job growth and employment standpoint by helping shepherd innovative plans and policies like the industrial form-based code that had not been tried. We tried it here in Wilsonville, and we've made some tweaks to it, but it's been a success. The Coffee Creek Industrial Master Plan and the Wilsonville Investment Now program. Chris's legacy for improving the quality of life for Wilsonville residents and businesses includes the great work he has done to increase the mobility for all modes of transportation. Chris is the definition of the old adage that you can pay anyone to do a job, but you can't make them care. So Chris, on behalf of the entire executive team, thank you for your teamwork, dedication, and collaboration. You will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, this is your last opportunity to address the city council and say whatever you want to the community.
Oh, I just want to say thank you, Brian. Brian knows I wear my heart on my sleeve, and so it's pretty easy for him to lead me to tears. So the honor is all mine, being able to work here with the people that we have and the projects and the things that we've gotten to do over the years has been truly, it's been just a blessing. And I feel so lucky to have just been able to come here at the right time. And it's not how I wanted it to go. I'm feeling a lot of things, obviously, so it's been fun. We have a beautiful city. I'm super proud of the work that we've done together. And I'll be in Sherwood. I'm not that far away. I'm going to be watching what you do. I look forward to seeing the wonderful things that happen in the future for this city and for all the people that will still be working here. It's truly a beautiful, wonderful place to have spent 30 years of your life. I realize it's over half of my life over the weekend that I've been serving the community with pride. And it's been a true honor. So thank you so much. Really, I've enjoyed it all. I love this place, and I always will. I'm going to be Wilsonville's biggest fan. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to add, Chris, you were so patient with me when I was on DRB. I knew I was in trouble when I was taking a controversial position on DRB many years ago. And you would come in and quietly enter the room. And we're always so patient. And you definitely are a professor at what you do. And I'm going to miss you. I was not aware this was going to happen, but you're definitely a loss to the city. But thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So we will move now to community input and announcements portion of the City Council meeting agenda. This is an opportunity for visitors to address the City Council on any matter concerning city's business or any matter over which the council has control. It is also the time to address items not on the agenda. It is also the time to address items that are on the agenda but not scheduled for a public hearing. Staff will make every effort to respond to questions raised during the community input as quickly as possible following the council meeting. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. To comment before council in person or virtually, you must sign up either by completing a speaker card at the side of the room or by using the raise hand feature in Zoom. You will need to provide your name, address, and topic you will be discussing. Information on engaging with City Council can be found on the City Council's webpage, ci.wilsonville.org.us/City Council. As a reminder, when you begin your comment, state your name for the record and state your address, or state that your address is provided on your speaker card. Please note that this is not the only way to communicate with the council or me. You are welcome to submit information in writing or via email. Additionally, I encourage you to schedule a meeting with me or any of the other councilors to discuss your concerns further. Is Mr. Tualatin still here? Do you think he? No. Okay. I just want to double check there. Guess he submitted to Roger Fuentes.
Hi, I'm Roger Fonts, and yes, I'm back again, Boone Bridge. Last time I talked about some statistics and risk management, risk assessment. I'm going to elaborate that on a little bit. First, I want to give you a status report on where the bridge replacement project is. There is not one. Oregon Department of Transportation will have soon their report on their preliminary plan. The state legislature does not have a bill in there. There is one, actually, the limit tolling on Moon Bridge. U.S. Congress, there's nothing in the budgets that the Congress considering now that has anything about Boone Bridge. So basically, nothing's happening. I left one of these. I hope you all got one of these. I'm going to talk about that next time I'm here. Last time I shared some data from the state report that stated that there's a 40% probability that the city, the bridge, will face a 9.0 earthquake in the next 40 years. That's the only number that they put in their report. So I had my son's AI machine do the math. It's very complicated to find out what would happen, how often would an 8.0 earthquake or a 7? The numbers for me are striking. An 8.0 earthquake is between 80 and 90% likely in the next 40 years. A 7.0 earthquake is a mathematical certainty that there will be a 7.0 earthquake within the next 40 years. So I went to look at what the history of earthquakes in Oregon is. I'm not from Oregon, I'm from Southern California. I've been through at least 20 earthquakes higher than 4.0, living in Hawaii on Kilauea. They happen about every 3 months. The largest earthquake in Oregon history, they think, was a 9.0, January 1700. Obviously, that was a guess. The most strongest earthquake measured in Oregon is about a 7. So we have lots of opportunity to have an earthquake and have problems. I do have a suggestion. Based on what I see here, it's not too likely, but if we have one, it's going to be bad, and over a 40-year period, we can expect an earthquake in the city that will damage it and knock the bridge down, literally. It's been determined to be seismically unsafe. So here's my suggestion, with respect. The city runs a program in emergency preparedness. It's very good. Every month in the magazine, there's something in there. The staff runs a clinic at the park every year. They have things for kids and people and papers and how to do it. The one thing they don't do, practice. We practice at Charbonneau twice a year. I suggest that the city consider starting practice emergency preparedness. I would start with Willowborough. Thank you.
Stephanie Tharp.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Tharp, and I come before you as a homeowner in Wilsonville Meadows. My address is on the speaker card that I've submitted. I'm a homeschool teacher, a mother, and a fractional CFO with over a decade of experience. My husband is a registered professional engineer in 6 states and has contributed to numerous state infrastructure projects. Together, we're deeply invested in the future and well-being of our community. We appreciate the effort to enhance infrastructure and recreational access in Wilsonville. I also serve as the chair of our HOA Beckman Trail Committee, and I come today with the full backing of our board, and its president is in our audience. Since April of 2022, I've met with and listened to many homeowners along the corridor. We believe the project is not following the intent of the master plan, which includes mitigating the dramatic change for stakeholders as defined by the city, the homes adjacent to the creek. The riparian corridor is the only one of its kind in the city. We can all agree on that. With that comes a responsibility. The design of the regional trail must prioritize strong, proactive mitigations to protect wildlife, prevent further encroachment, and safeguard adjacent properties. This isn't just about access, it's about stewardship. Over the past 2 years, we have sent petitions, emails, and spoken directly with city. Yet responses have been minimal and no meaningful progress has been made to mitigate our concerns. We recognize the volume of communication the city receives and understand that not all feedback can be addressed. Even so, residents are hopeful for continued dialogue and a path towards mutual compromise. Stakeholders in the HOA board are troubled by the discretionary authority city staff appear to have over property use, leading to inconsistent and sometimes inequitable management of homeowners' property. Despite ongoing construction, no signs have been posted to restrict public access. This has resulted in repeated trespassing, even as recently as a week ago, creating safety concerns and notable need to create awareness right now. Bordering properties here have no specific or visible safety plans in place, and it is increasing the risk to our nearby residents. Tonight, we respectfully ask these things. Number one, immediately post no access construction zone signs at all trail entry points. Number two, provide trail demarcation, including physical markers and signage at all access points and throughout the trail in the design plans. Number three, post the city's official usage guidelines at all trail entrances and rest points. And lastly, allow adjacent homeowners an exception from the SROZ to be able to build to the edge of our property lines that we own and pay taxes on without further government interference. Thank you for your time and attention to these unresolved but critical concerns.
Thank you. Susan Reap.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. My name is Susan Reap, and my information is on record. I don't think you should have let Chris retire. I'd like to follow up on some items that were mentioned at the last council meeting. And I don't remember who initiated the discussion, but it was about fire safety and the neighborhood adjacent to the park at Merrifield. Part of that discussion was about excess debris from the ice storm, which was mentioned tonight. And that is also a problem at the entrance to Graham Oaks from the Costa Circle East entrance at Villebois on that paved pathway that leads into the park. Many trees and limbs were felled on that path in the ice storm. And when I saw Metro pushing the debris back into the wooded area, I asked if they were going to remove it, and the answer was no, that in nature the downed material would remain. I noted that that may be so, but this area is across the street from multiple houses that are close together, and the debris constitutes a lot of dry fuel in an area that sooner or later may actually burn. I believe that Metro needs to remove all that fuel, but I don't know how to make that happen. I don't seem to have a lot of influence with Metro. Also, regarding Metro and Graham Oaks, the ice storm destroyed many of the informational signs throughout the park. The text can no longer be read, and they're quite an eyesore. At least once a year, I call and ask when they're going to be repaired, and I get the same answer, soon or next year. When we moved to Wilsonville in 2020, I became a member of the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Strategies Task Force on the Arts Cultural Assets Committee. The public consistently said that the library and the parks, specifically Graham Oaks, were the most important assets. And as such, I would think we would want them well cared for. But again, I don't seem to have any ability to influence Metro to repair the signs, so I'm hoping the city has a magic formula and can help that happen. So I'd like to jump back and finish with a remark about wildfire. I'd like to encourage the city to consider taking some unpopular measures regarding residential landscaping and planting in accordance with fire safety and water use. It's pretty clear that each summer is getting hotter, that extended drought is an increasing possibility, as is a wildfire. It can happen here. In the 2020 fires, or maybe it was 2021, we were in the get ready stage, and it probably won't be the only time. This means we shouldn't ignore such things as landscaping. One example, arbor vitae abound on properties, and they're fire torchers and spreaders in wildlife. Lawns are water guzzlers. I think these are unpopular issues, but maybe we need to get proactive and think about a plan. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's everybody, right? Okay. That concludes our comments. Next on the agenda is counselor comments. And I'll call Council President Berry.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do tonight is I have attended, previous meetings and committee meetings and whatnot, and I have some coming up, and I'll just give you a list later so that you can have them as part of the record. But today, what I'd like to do is highlight the upcoming community events. We have a number that I want to call attention to, starting with Saturday, April 26th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. is the Wilsonville Public Library is sponsoring a repair fair. This event brings together residents with broken items, with the skilled volunteers who know how to fix things. Examples of the items to bring for potential repair include clean clothes, textiles, small electronics, small home appliances, and small jewelry. On Wednesday, April 30th, the City Parks and Recreation Department is hosting a reception for the Many Cultures, One Heart project. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later, but there is going to be a reception and the unveiling of the art pieces down at the barn in the Upper Memorial Park. So that's Wednesday, the 30th. For community members who volunteer for city activities and serve on boards and commissions, the city's hosting a volunteer appreciation event on Thursday, May 1st at the Wilsonville High School Performing Arts Center. And then next week, starting on Friday, May 2nd, the Wilsonville Public Library is hosting the First Friday films. These films include new and interesting and difficult to get movies via Netflix. Snacks are available by donation, or you can bring your own. And then on Saturday, May 3rd, from noon to 3 p.m., a mental health fair commemorating the 30th anniversary of the closing of Damaged State Hospital is going to be held at Velbois Plaza. It's entitled Turning Darkness into Light. The event's hosted by the newly established nonprofit known as Resilient Events. And this organization seeks to build the connections and support mental health and well-being of Wilsonville residents. For more information about any of these events, go to the city website. But I wanted to highlight, let's see if I can find it. What I really like about this program is that how the cities come together with different groups of people for the Hearts of the Wilsonville celebration. There's going to be an opening reception that I mentioned earlier on Wednesday, April 30th, from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. down at the barn in Memorial Park. And what it's really cool is that the city earned a grant or money from Metro for having the transfer station and having the wet garbage, so that we get a certain amount of money for every ton. And then we were able to give some money for this project. We have 10 different artists that have put together these beautiful sculptures made out of fiberglass that are painted by our local artists and installed throughout the city. There's, I think that if we slide through, there's going to be a map that is highlighting the different locations of where the hearts are going to be. But if you want to see all 10 hearts in one location, then come on Wednesday, the 30th, to the barn in the Memorial Park between 5 and 7 p.m. and meet some of the artists. So that's my report for now.
Councilor Dunwell.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some things coming up in the next couple of weeks with the within some of the committees, but tonight I want to talk a little bit about the Heart of Gold event that happened last Friday. And there were multiple members of our community, all deserving of the final award, but it actually went to Lynn Welchel with Heart of the City. So well deserved, and such a quiet, caring, and contributing member of our community. Heart of the City really does amazing work with our most needy. They are local first, and whether or not it's someone who is needing help with rent or needing clothing for their children, or whatever it may be, they also work very closely with Wilsonville Community Sharing. And I did want to share something that I thought really spoke to both Lynn and her amazing work, but also our prior mayor, Julie Fitzgerald, who was also one of the finalists. So yesterday, Garrett Pryor, who some of you may know, who's also a member of our community, actually made a post on Facebook, which I thought spoke to both of them so well. And it said, I had an excellent time at Wilsonville Rotary's Heart of Gold ceremony last night. I was there to celebrate some of my favorite people, Julie Fitzgerald and Lynn Welchel. One of my proudest accomplishments in the community organizing work I've been doing is connecting the two of them. They've been able to de-silo the walls between the faith community and government to grow and build out a support network for those who are most in need of housing and resources in our community. Fact, they are both badass, amazing, all-star women. Which was very Garrett, but also very descriptive of both of them. And the reason that I really wanted to speak to this specifically, because it goes back to when we were all going through the camping ordinances and working together with all of our community partnerships and trying to find a way for organizations who hadn't necessarily worked together to find a place of being one. And it took the effort of many, many people, both within the faith community, but also within our amazing folks at Wilsonville Community Sharing. And together they were, it didn't just double it, it amplified it. And it is so important for us as a city to always remember that. It's very easy to throw swords at each other, but I believe we can do the same thing as a city with all of the members of our community, of amplifying the good that we all bring to the table and not throw so many swords. And also, I do want to also say that the amazing work of our city attorney, Ms. Guile Hinman, in pulling all of that together and really making sure that all of these community groups work together to get the parking or the camping ordinances in place, making sure it was the right thing for all of the citizens of our city, and not finding of us in a place of pulling apart, but also to come together. So it is truly the perfect example of a bunch of badass women working together. So thank you, and thank you, City Attorney, for also playing a role in all of that.
So is badass an appropriate counselor term we could use from now on? Thank you. Thank you, Counselor Dunwell. I love those comments. Counselor Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. So I shadowed on April 14th the Washington County Coordinating Committee, where the mayor is our primary. And then on April 16th, I attended the Chamber of Commerce Spark event at Boston, celebrating Boston's 30-year anniversary of being in business. So it was nice to be part of that and be there representing the city of Wilsonville and being present for our local business owners. I also attended the Rotary Heart of Gold event, and congratulations to Lynn Welchel for the well-deserved award, as well as the other finalists. Mary, help me with her last name? Feewiger. Thank you. The Satters and our former mayor, Julie Fitzgerald, on being finalists. That's a great honor just to be in that conversation, and fantastic people. I guess it was last night, I was called out by my wife to participate in the USC Mind Ice Bucket Challenge. I don't know if you guys have heard this going around, but it's an effort to raise awareness around mental health. And given that we just had a proclamation this evening of a Mental Health Awareness Month, I put out online a bounty on myself. If somebody would like to throw the bucket of ice water on me, bidding started at $10. And the $10, of course, does not go to me. It would go to the Clackamas NAMI organization, who does great work as a local resource. I worked with them when I was at the State Police Academy in mental health training. And so I put a bounty out. You're supposed to do it within 24 hours. I think the mayor has, in the powers of the mayor, has said that I can hold off that 24 hours.
Do you mind if I jump in?
Jump in.
So I, in my powers, whatever those are, think that we should give you another 24 hours.
Okay.
And the O'Neill family, in their personal capacity, not as mayor, raises the bid to $50.
The Dunwells just raised it in their personal capacity to 100.
All right. Hold on a minute. All right, well, so far, Councilor Dunwell has the bounty on dumping the ice on my head.
And then I would encourage you to let the social media know of the current bidding. I anticipate that Councilor Dunwell may have to raise her bid as we move forward. So, but anyway, thank you.
But all for a good cause, raising awareness with it. And, the other part of this is that once you get it dumped, you get to call out 3 more people to get it dumped. So this thing could move along. But I don't know if I'm disappointed or surprised or sad that somebody hadn't already, taken that bounty on me. But, well, yes, Council President Berry said that she would give a donation to NAMI because of this, but she did not want to be the one to dump the bucket on my head. So, but I'm glad to hear that it's getting some traction here and that we can do something for a good cause. With that, to piggyback on some of the local events coming up, the Turning Darkness into Light event on May 3rd, noon to 3 p.m. In the Villabois Village Center, right, the Piazza. My friend Tabby Trauber invited me to be a speaker there, so I'll have the honor of being a speaker at that event. So that's what's going on with that. I typically try not to respond right after citizen comment, but I did want to shortly kind of talk about Mrs. Thorpe's comments on the Beckman Trail. I've had several conversations with her, and there are some concerns from multiple citizens on Cascade Loop. I would really like to see, we have a situation we have a project that's going to run right behind a whole bunch of residences. And I think it's important to recognize that we are a city that's growing. As we saw tonight in the work session regarding sewer rates, with growth comes some pain. And this is something that it's going to be a really great feature for a lot of people in the city, but for the citizens who are most directly impacted, the stakeholders who are most directly impacted by this change, I think that we have to be very aware of those citizens' needs and how we can help to create some reasonable accommodations that not only allow the community to enjoy the space, but to ensure that the residents in that area also are having their ability to enjoy their property and live their lives on those properties respected. So I would ask that my fellow councilors and council members, if you haven't had the chance to, I spoke with Mrs. Tharp I told her that she should reach out and have conversations with each of us and to make sure that we are hearing those concerns and we are addressing those.
Councilor Shevlin?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start out by saying that I also mourn the loss of Senator Aaron Woods. He was a man that loved this community and the greater district that he served. And thank you, Mayor, for your heartfelt comments about his passing. He will be missed. I'm also pleased to share that I'm happy that May has been designated as Mental Health Awareness Month. As a retired registered nurse, I spent a lot of my career working with people that needed help for mental health, and we didn't have the services that we have now. It's only just now beginning to be recognized, and it's so important that we understand the impact that untreated mental health challenges, illness have on each one of us and all of our community. I appreciate the challenge that Councilor Cunningham has put forward, and he mentioned NAMI, that's the National Alliance for Mental Illness, and that organization works very, very hard to recognize all the challenges that we face when it comes to mental illness, particularly with our youth, as was mentioned earlier, our youth and our young adults who are so impacted by mental health illness. So I'm pleased that we are celebrating or recognizing the month in May, and I'll do all I can to further the cause. I've been busy meeting with citizens that reach out to me that would like to talk about the future of the city and the current state of the city and what we can do to continue to work together to better our community. And I appreciate all the time and opportunities that each one of you have brought to me. Please reach out to me at my city email if you'd like to meet up with me. This last time we had the opportunity to meet at the new Elka B coffee shop next to the Safeway, and it was great, and they have great coffee and great tea, so please check it out. They need our business. I attended also in the last couple of weeks as a representative of the city, the French Prairie Forum. This is a group of small cities in very southern Clackamas County and northern Marion County. They get together 10 times a year. And it's amazing the challenges that we all continue to struggle with: housing issues and infrastructure funding and transportation and lack of transportation funding. So we talked about that, and we realize how much we all have in common. Along with Council President Berry, I attended, as she mentioned, the Metro City of Wilsonville Enhancement Committee, and we had the opportunity to approve grant requests, 5 of them, up to a total of about $102,000. There's this funding that comes from wet waste management. Sounds odd, but we're happy to get the money and to distribute it throughout the city. And just jumping ahead to Ms. Lynn Welchel, who did receive the Heart of the City First Citizens Award. She also was granted this past week, or her organization that she represents, one of the grant requests. So we were so pleased that we were able to award that to her. That was even before she was selected as the first citizen. So that was a very special honor. All four of the candidates were so deserving for the First Citizen Award, but I believe that it was just wonderful to see her win. It was very, very nice. I attended the Heart of the Gold, Heart of the Wilsonville Rotary Heart of Gold 50th Anniversary Gala as well, and it was very, very special and nice to have all my fellow councilors and mayor there as well. So that's all my report for today. Thank you.
The next item is our consent agenda. Will the city attorney please read the items on consent?
Minutes of the April 7, 2025 City Council meeting.
Okay. City Council President Berry, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, the motion's been approved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Is there any?
No, Mayor, I do want to also express my condolences to Aaron and to Aaron's family, to his kids, who I've met. Aaron was just a true gentleman and a great advocate and volunteer for Wilsonville over many, many years. So my heart goes out to them. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further?
Legal.
Nothing tonight, Mayor, unless there's any questions on the public contracting quarterly report that's in your packet.
No. Okay. With that, I adjourn, unless there's objections, our city council meeting at 9:04 PM.
Yay.